Y mira cómo habilita Alvarado. Mira que cómo viene. ¡Cuti! ¡Gol!
¡Ya vamos!
Esto termina por salir mal, va Escorpiona el disparo. El cronómetro que va a poner esto cardíaco, no quiero vivir algo como ayer. Ahí está apareciendo el jugador de Persas, tiene el disparo. A descargar y ahora pierde el esférico en situación complicada. Puede venir el disparo, el tiro. Hermano, la fuera roto en esa aplicación de citas.
Ojo, Villaluz.
Aparece Villaluz. La tiene Real. ¡Sí! Se pelea con todo dentro del área de Real Titán. ¡Cuidado! ¡De los Cines! Aparece quién es Cani, el Castro. A intentar cobrar el penal. Va Castro. Terminaba por quedarse simplemente en eso, en un intento. La tiene nueva cuenta Fran Hernández. ¡Fran! ¡Locura, Javier! ¡No define! ¡Pegado al poste! ¡Imposible! ¡Osvaldo Martínez! Martínez, Osvaldo.
¡Vamos, sácala!
Preparado. Él está buscando el primer gol. Ángel Oscaró de pierna derecha. Simplemente haciendo tiempo, así que por el momento tenemos a Roma, el número 49 de Raniza, queriéndose meter a su fondo. Tenemos la presión de Didier, a ver en qué va a terminar la jugada, buscándola por atrás. El conjunto de Raniza se acerca. ¡El cuarto gol! ¡Llega! Está cambiando, tenemos a Ángel Oscaró de pierna derecha. Atlético Casero está emocionando un poco más. No, ve de
Hola, hola. Good evening, everybody. Welcome to another week of Kings League Americas. The games are coming thick and fast as we're getting nearer to knowing which teams qualify for the playoffs, which teams also qualify for the World Cup coming soon in just a couple of months' time right here in Mexico City. And we're about to start off match day 6 in this division. Of course, there are 12 teams, meaning that we still have another 5 weekdays to go until the regular season comes to an end. And tonight's proceedings will kick off with Los Aliens against Club de Cuervos in what will be a very important game if we look at that table, if we look at the standings, because Club de Cuervos are currently in last place on 4 points. Los Aliens, after a surprising victory last weekend, have climbed to 9th, but on 6 points. They're only 2 above Club de Cuervos. Basically, any win or any run of results in this competition. Can see you go from one end of the table right to the other. And as I say, last week was somewhat of a week where David defeated the Goliaths with that Los Aliens 3-2 win against Real Titan. There was also a unexpected victory from Bersas against Peluche Caligari, who are one of the unbeaten and undefeated teams in this competition. As we can see, the club presidents, as always, all kinds of things going on in the Kings League Americas. It's an absolute carousel of characters, starting off with this man, Castro, who we can see there, chairman for Los Aliens. And, well, that's a little message, I think, coming from Mercedes Roa about how they're going to murder the aliens tonight. Castro, as always, in very good company in his corner. He's always got a colourful following. Today it seems to have a mariachi band behind him. So he's always one to look out for. In fact, that screen in the corner which follows him sometimes is more exciting than the football unravelling on the pitch itself. Although I'm not telling anybody to switch off, because this Kings League is tremendously exciting. There are always goals, there are always ups and downs, there are always so many strange elements thrown into the games that completely turn them around from one moment to another. Well, we're trying to hear from Mercedes Roa of Club de Cuervo, but unfortunately the audio not coming through. I can imagine she's firing some shots at Castro. Always, of course, tongue-in-cheek between both sets of chairman and president before the game starts off. But it's fun to see that beef. All right, hello.
Give me another chance.
Seems like we can hear Castro.
Let's go. Too much stalling.
I don't even need to translate as well.
Chunky's here. Dad, do you guys want to meet some of the special guests that we have here?
Well, we could hear Castro getting things going. Of course, whilst the games go on, people can tune into the Twitch addresses, or I don't know if they do live YouTubes as well, of the team presidents. So if anyone wants to particularly follow one of them as well as the game, they can do that. And as I say, Castro, probably one of the most exciting ones out there, one of the funnest ones to follow throughout the game, with over-the-top celebrations, and also a very good penalty taken by him last week. It's not every week that you see the presidents taking good penalties. We're just 10 minutes away from kickoff as they're running through the standout players in the competition. The leading goal scorer is still the Argentinian Emanuel Villa of Muchachos on 11, but Fran Hernandez, the player from Spain, in fact, playing for Real Titan, 8 MVPs alongside those 9 goals. Probably the best player in the competition so far this season. We'll see if he can continue building on those performances, because his team, in fact, were on the losing side last week, as we said, against Los Aliens, despite his efforts. But he'll be one of a host of players to look out for today. Of course, all teams have got a couple of former professional players, known as the number 11, number 12, or number 13 player. And they're generally the ones that are a cut above the rest, Villa being one of them, as well as Fernandez. And in fact, all those players there that we can see in the assist, Leandro Gomez, Giovanni Moreno, Angelo Caro, and Erwin Trejo, all 4 of those are also former players who, as I say, tend to be a step above the rest. Well, this evening I will be joined by Spence Siegel. Spence, you've had the fortune of going through the nights in this Kings League Americas, and you've also had a taste of the Kings League Spain. And I like to ask people, because I've had the experience also of seeing both of them, and I get the feeling, I don't know how you feel about it, Spence, that the Kings League Americas has got a little more to it in terms of characters, in terms of tackles, in terms of simbins, basically that whole sort of entertainment factor which goes around this competition. So I don't know how you feel about it, but do you feel that there is that little bit of extra when it comes to the Kings League Americas?
Well, first of all, hello, Bruno. It's great to speak with you, and hello to everybody out there. Yeah, this is a different competition in the sense that it does feel like there's something about it that gives it that extra rustic edge. I think when we talk about the two different leagues, which, for right now, that's where we're at. That's what we have as we go through these somewhat embryonic seasons as we begin, this being one of them. I see that our two leagues are developing two different personalities at the moment. And it's just my opinion. The first one is that with the Kings League España, we have the glitz, the glory, the lights, the crowd is obviously there. But this one is a little bit more homegrown, and everybody who enters into the pitch here is ready to, for lack of of more kind words, hurt themselves in order to go out and get that victory. And so that's what we were expecting, I think, from the Kings League Americas. And as far as this first matchup is concerned, I was here just a couple of weeks ago. It was the first Kings League Americas broadcast, and one of our first games was with Los Aliens. And what I saw from them was a team in somewhat disarray, and a team who needed to find an identity, and it looks like that, especially given their victory last week and given how much there is left to play for in this competition compared to in Spain, because we're only on match day 6 now out of 11, Los Aliens have a chance to turn this thing around. They're into the playoff picture now as we speak. They weren't at the time. They were still without a victory. It was looking like they were being thrown to the wayside. 3 losses to start their campaign, but now maybe they've turned a corner, so I'm excited to see what they can do against a team that does need to turn the corner. The Club de Cuervos has to do something in order to find that right balance. Maybe it has to do with playing their secret weapon at the right time, but only time will tell, Bruno.
And that's one of the exciting things about this competition, isn't it? The unpredictability, because as you say, last week, Los Aliens, even Persas defeating Peluche Caligari, it seemed on paper, you looked at their form guide, how they came into the game, goals for, goals against, and in regular standard football, you would have said they've got absolutely no chance. But you come here, and as you say, there's the secret weapons, how you use them, how you employ them. There's all those sort of exterior factors which can come into play, and surprises do get pulled off in this competition. And it's so tight, it's still in those early stages where teams are sussing each other out, where if you sort of find yourself in these final stages of the competition, you get a couple of wins, and you've gone from looking at being in 11th or 12th to potentially being a 6th, 5th, or 4th place team.
Yeah, and it's also really important, as you just mentioned, to emphasize the fact that these are the first 6 games in the histories of these clubs. Ever. And when we talk about, we're not talking about a team from La Liga Hypermotion being promoted up to La Liga EA Sports and trying to get right and play against the likes of Real Madrid and Barcelona. This is an entirely new league with entirely new players, and they're all trying to get familiar with one another as the process goes along. Exactly. Some will adjust quicker than others, and that's what we're seeing, is that in the end, even the best teams might not win the first season because they don't quite have the same chemistry that they would if this team had been around for 50 years.
And that's why we don't have consistency when it comes to results, and that again adds that element of unpredictability, which in the end I think is what fans look forward to when it comes to seeing sport, not knowing before the game is played who will win it and who will lose. But anyways, for this first game, I'm going to throw it over to you, Spence, because you'll be leading the commentary for, as you say, this exciting clash between Los Aliens and Club de Cuervos.
Thank you, Bruno, and indeed, a must-win for Club de Cuervos, it has to be said. Looking forward to this 6-game slate with you, my friend. Good to be back with you once again. So we have...
Absolutely.
We have, in this case, before we get to our Sportium advertisement,
as always, just a couple of suggestions heading into the game if anyone wants to bet on this. As I always say in commentary, Spence, I would steer away from betting in the Kings League because it's almost impossible to guess what's going to happen. But anyways, back to the game.
Indeed. Well, as we look at the table, it is Club de Cuervos on 4 points. And because they play first, they have a chance to make an impact. And because this is such a together grouping, as the ambiance gets bigger and bigger, it is time for Los Aliens to get going. Club de Cuervos can win this game, pick up 3 points potentially, and leapfrog from 12th all the way to 7th. I beg your pardon, 6th, leapfrogging Los Chamos in the process. They could get past a number of teams. That's how close it is.
It's incredible, isn't it? When you look at it, Los Chamos on 6, but then you've got Galácticos del Caribe 6, Olimpo 6, Los Aliens 6, West Santos 5, Persas 5, Club de Cuervos 4. Incredible.
And that is one of the many portions of this competition and this match day as well, match day 6 that you're joining us for, that by the end of it, we'll have a slightly clearer picture than we did before. This is a look at Los Aliens. It is them who can continue to make headway in the table, but on a slightly higher level because of their recent successes. They could go from 6 points to 9, which would put them in a tie for 4th at the moment with Atlético Parceros, which by the end of the season, once we get through 11 match days, the top 4 spots have its benefits compared to being inside the top 10. But the same can be said about Los Aliens. If they fail to find victory tonight, then, depending on what happens in the other games, they could find themselves as low as bottom of the table, 12th place. So it's all to play for. Well, we love building up the drama, the atmosphere, and we know that Mexico City at the KL Arena, as it's known, does like to bring the atmosphere. We'll see what it brings tonight. Take a look at those percentages for the wild card, for the secret weapon. It has mostly been shootouts so far through 5 games for both of these teams.
Yeah, I've got the feeling from, well, obviously those stats back it up, but from most of the games that I've seen in both competitions, that shootout tends to be the card that's drawn the most. Don't really get to see that many penalties, whereas, and we state this every week, a shootout is by no means a given. The percentage of shootouts which are actually transformed is much lower than I think you'd imagine when you see it. But you look at that and you say, oh, that's easy, 1-on-1 with a goalkeeper. It's got to be a goal every time, but it's not.
Especially with the shootout. It is going to be difficult. You saw Castro, Edwin Castro, the president and chairperson of Los Aliens. We are underway with the Kings League Americas as the ball drops from the heavens. And right away, we've got a whistle.
That happens a lot as well, doesn't it, Spence? Because you can't knock it forward in your first possession, but as they're coming at full pace, clattering into each other, it happens a lot of times. It's very difficult to put the brakes on, turn around, go backwards. So we see a lot of those infringements in that first possession of the game.
As we know, we begin 1-on-1 with the keeper. Keeper not allowed to leave the penalty area, and the 1-on-1 matchup begins, and it is Los Aliens who get their first effort, which comes off of the post. That was Juan Marin, and his effort comes right back, and now we turn it over to the other side, and it's Cuervos' turn. They've got 15 seconds before we add another player. Manuel Viniegra gets around Marin not once, but twice. Got to go around the keeper, too. The shot is stopped by Marin. Oh, my.
What a start, Spence. He sort of just about got there, did it? It wasn't pretty. It wasn't the cleanest of moves, but he sort of got there. He had a couple of chances. He didn't make the most of it. You've got to score those goals in those 1-on-1 situations. After that, it gets a little bit difficult. I think this 3-on-3 is the easiest one to score a goal, because the goalkeeper comes out and you've got that man over. But after that, it gets difficult to score goals early on.
And sometimes we get the much awaited goalkeeper goal. That shot from Marin is blocked, and it will go back over to Club de Cuervos. The keeper for Los Aliens, Oscar Medina. And on the other side, we're getting a look now. Are they awarding that as a corner? I think they are. Yeah, it did, and it should be, rightly so, as Vinny Agueda takes it away.
No,
De Cuervos will... Sorry, Bruno, go ahead.
Yeah. No, what you're saying is, as you were pointing out, Spencer, the goalkeeper is very important, not so much now in the 4-on-4, but in that 3-on-3 where they come out and they can shoot and they sort of get onto the edge of the box. A lot of the time, teams that have got goalkeepers who are more comfortable on the ball a lot more dangerous in these 3-on-3 or even 4-on-4 situations.
Ivan Vasquez is the keeper who has come up, and as you mentioned, sometimes they choose to stay back. You can leave yourself out of position now, although Vasquez seems to be pretty confident in his skills at the midway line. Here he is now trying to tee it up for a shot. You see also at the top of your screen, we've got a lot of different elements in play for this first game, including 3 different sanctions that will begin once we're at full strength 7-on-7. As this is beautifully slipped through, but Vasquez comes out. This is part of growing into the game, as that is nearly taken away and ultimately is. Now can Los Aliens break on the counter? Cesar Villaluz, who was the first round pick of Los Aliens in the first Kings League Americas draft prior to the start of the season. He wears number 18 as he was sneaking in across by the 6-yard box.
And another fact that I find interesting, which you've mentioned there, the draft, as you said in the build-up to this game, these teams, essentially, the players, they're not professionals, so it's a bit of a jump into the unknown when you're picking these players. And I think as this tournament goes by, people will start to see who's who and who sort of stands out and who do you want to go for. So this first competition is a bit of everyone's sort of coming into it, into the dark, into the unknown, and that's also, I think, an added element which makes it exciting. After that, people, I think, will pinpoint who they want to bring in and who they want to trade for or who they want to draft.
Well, and hopefully at some point we can get the numbers as well known as the players themselves, because Edson Garcia wore number 19 a week ago and he's now in number 13 for Los Cuervos.
It's a nightmare, isn't it? It's a good exam as a commentator, isn't it, to try and get through this unscathed. Almost impossible.
We're going to do our best. I don't know how familiar you are, Bruno, with the baseballing world, but it's spring training going on right now, and you get the same sort of thing when you've got 99 different players vying for spots on the team. As this was turned in by Los Cuervos, it is Rafael Aja who puts Los... excuse me, I beg your pardon. I meant to say Los Aliens. It is a big first goal that puts them in front just before we get to full strength.
Well,
Jose Nieto.
as I said, yeah, sometimes it takes a while for that first goal to come after the 1-on-1 or the 2-on-2 situation, and we didn't see too many chances coming through in this game, but a good finish from Jose Nieto. So Los Cuervos with a much-needed goal.
Hey, there's your example of focusing so hard on who is what number. We forgot to mention who's on which team. All right, 1-0. That now, see, that's not just me, because they've put the 1 on the board for Los Cuervos, and we know that that's not the case. So it is Los Aliens who have a 1-0 lead. There we go. Now it's switched.
Yeah, they're not helping us, are they?
Well, we're taking their feed. They're not listening to us, so that wasn't my fault. It's a good start, though, from Los Aliens. They're already looking like they've got some of the confidence carrying over from the last couple of weeks. This is Villaluz, the man we were talking about, as he puts an effort towards the target. Good footwork. One of the things, Bruno, that I said the last couple of weeks, but it is true, it's another additional factor that these teams are playing with, is the fact that I say a couple of weeks, but it was just 2 games in 2 days last weekend.
It was, yeah. And you could feel on the second day of those 2 games that some of the players weren't as bright, because obviously you're playing a lot of minutes in these games where when it's 1-on-1 or even 3 against 3, you're doing a lot of running. And some of these players, the former players at least, they're well into their 30s, so yeah, you could feel it as almost another chance there. But yeah, as I say, it's an energy zapping format of football, and you could definitely feel it if they play games in very quick succession.
I'd like to know how many members of our audience are also well into their 30s. I truly don't know the answer to that, but they'll be the ones who can empathize with what you just said.
Well, I for one can definitely empathize with that, being in my mid-30s.
This is Villaluz. He is unable to break through the chain. And we are, so that everyone is aware here, technically at 7-on-7, although because of the 2 sanctions, it is Los Aliens who have a man advantage despite having an additional man off the pitch. That's how wild this is right now. We're seeing, 6-on-5. That's where we're at. For the next, well, now it's about to change because Los Cuervos have the man advantage turned around on them.
Yeah. Just like that.
So Los Aliens could not take advantage of having a minute-long man advantage. Now it's a 2-minute-long man advantage for Los Cuervos, 7-on-6. Santiago Lagarde. The wrong-numbered, but right-numbered Edson Garcia.
I wonder why he changed. Number 13 isn't exactly the most appealing number for an outfield player, is it?
It's usually associated with the keeper. Is it only, I'm not sure, is it considered unlucky in a number of countries?
I mean, at least in Spain and England, it's an unlucky number, but substitute goalkeepers tend to go for number 13. I don't think people steer clear of it because it's unlucky. I just think because it's associated with substitute goalkeepers, the same way that outfield players don't really go for number 1.
So in the UK, yes, it is unlucky. In Spain, no. In the US, definitely. In the US, they don't put the number 13 on buildings as floors. They just go from 12 to 14.
Oh, really? You get it on flights as well, don't you? No 13th row.
Row 13. Yeah.
Is that something that you would feel uneasy about, a flight with a 13th row?
I don't know. We just talked about working in baseball. They're pretty superstitious over there, but I tend to think that most of it can be hashed out with just a positive mindset. We are at full strength now for the first time. 10 minutes into the game, and it's finally 7-on-7. The goal from Nieto is the difference from Los Aliens. It is Donovan Martinez across the way for Viniegra, whose cross is a good one. Looking for Donovan on the return. Good defense. Nieto seeing it out. Left-hand side, Donovan again. You knew he wants it on his right foot, but he's not being given that. Sticks with it nicely, though. Well done just to keep possession. Now from the left-hand side, swept through beautifully. Erwin Trejo's pass set up Los Cuervos brilliantly to finish it off. It is their equalizing goal from Lagarde, and we are level, a goal apiece, and Los Aliens are not feeling too pleased.
That is an assist and a half. That was a beautiful pass. Still had to put it away, but oh, that pass, something special.
And we can check it just to be sure, just to make sure that this was not an offside, because it did look like he got in behind pretty easily, and he did so legally. So 1-1. By the way, we mentioned the sanctions that were placed on each team to start the game. Of course, we also have the 2 blue arrows next to the 2 team names up at the top. That means this game will feature a presidential penalty. I would imagine that for Los Aliens it will be a penalty shootout, as they have to do some quick fire defending. But I do believe Mercedes is in the building.
I love those penalties. I love getting the president down there taking penalties. So good. And I always say I would love to see it in professional football as well.
You'd like to see that in professional football?
Nah, I mean, I wouldn't. Being realistic, I wouldn't. I think it'd be a joke. But it'd be funny. I always say it'd be funny.
Do you put your money on Florentino or Joan Laporta?
You know what? John Laporta is actually handy with his feet. Like, when you see clips of him playing football, like, he's not too bad with his feet. He's obviously hasn't got the physique, has he?
Some might say that it'll generate more power.
That's a nice way of seeing the positive and everything.
It is a somewhat dangerous looking free kick for Club de Cuervos, who are all of a sudden on the up. This can be seen as an option by a couple of different players based on its positioning. You've got 2 lining up over the ball. Trejo is one of them, and of course the other is the goal scorer Lagarde, who had a decent effort on target, or just off.
And Trejo, who gave the assist for the goal, was already the leading assist maker in the competition. He was on 6 before this game, so he continues to do what he does best, and he's now up to 7, cementing that first place in that particular table.
They're in behind again here, although illegally so. Hands up for offsides. Hands up, no flags. And Los Aliens find a way back into it. Ever since we've gone full strength 7-on-7, it's mostly been Club de Cuervos, which is what makes this such an important contest. That ball, I believe, hit the ceiling. Just about 5 minutes away from halftime and only 3 minutes away from the 2-minute warning of the first half, which will see a roll of the die. Patiently done, and again another brilliant pass from Trejo. He has been slicing and dicing so far today. Half-hearted effort from Donovan to try and get it back into a shooting position.
Yeah, Trejo's looked like the best player on the pitch. Donovan, most of the times I've seen him, he's also been impressive. He's a bit of a sort of a sidekick to Trejo, but you can tell Trejo's the former professional, the sort of leading light in this team, and well, they tend to look for him, as you see him here. They tend to look for him in that build-up from the back. He can sort of open things up and create a bit of some openings in the Los Aliens defense.
Here's an effort. A potential chance for Nieto, who actually got a good look at it with his left foot. And it needed an intervention from Vasquez, who got just enough on it. I believe it's being given as a corner. It is, which is sent in and then wasted.
Yeah, I'd like to see a replay of that. I think he could have done a little bit more with that shot.
Well. Here we go in the first half, and it appears that Mercedes wants to come out and take this before there's any additional second half pressure.
Not bad timing, that.
It's going to be just before the roll of the die. She's already making her way down. She doesn't appear to be dressed in footballing attire. And that's a dangerous back pass that almost wound up as an own goal just before the presidential penalty. And strangely enough, Los Aliens won't be able to take it, which might be a rule that we need to look at some point, because that's a momentum changer. They should be allowed to take that corner quickly if they want to. But here comes the penalty.
Let's see how long she takes to get down here. I always feel like it feels like they're miles away in those boxes, because you get the music going and it's like the build-up. They take a long time to get out onto the pitch, but I suppose it all adds to the drama and the tension of the Kings League. I think she took a penalty last week, if I'm not wrong, and I seem to recall she scored.
One of the things, again, we're in the process right now. I mean, we're really just beginning this Kings League as a whole.
Here we go. It's got the boots on.
Confidence is not something that she seems to be lacking.
Oh no. Serious face, shades on. Oh, shades off for the goal, for the penalty. Okay.
She's got the cleats on. To give Club de Cuervos a 2-1 lead. Mercedes got it! What a finish that is!
That lived up to her persona there. So calm, so confident, just slotted it away. Keeper goes the wrong way. There was never any doubt that she was going to score that.
Big time finish and celebration for Mercedes, and they lead it 2-1. Got Medina the wrong way. You could just hear, actually in the background, Castro saying, yeah, to be fair, that's a great penalty. And it really was.
It was? No, yeah. Again, I seem to recall it was last week. Again, these match days sort of all mesh up together, but I remember the last one she took was quite a nice penalty as well, so she knows what she's doing, definitely.
Well, that's what I was going to say. In my infinite research, I have not yet been able to find a number on presidential penalties yet. Going to need someone to get on that. Here we go, Los Aliens trying to respond as the cross from Kevin Quiñones is blocked. Encroaching on the 2-minute warning, which will come now. So that was seemingly the right move from Mercedes to make this move just before the roll of the die and before halftime.
Yeah, that's another thing that we were talking about before. It's how you play your cards, almost literally, in this competition that has a very big effect as well. When you bring out your penalty, when you bring out your secret weapon, as we see the die coming out, we're going to have 2 against 2 for the last 2 minutes. But the timing of that, there's a lot of tactics behind this. And again, we're in the early stages, and I suppose managers are figuring out how to employ them in the best way possible, when to bring them out, etc., etc. But I think it plays a huge factor in the outcome of games.
Ojo, ojo, ojo porque acá Iván puede salir de portería. En situación jugador en defensa, sale Edson y entra Martín para hacer el 2-2.
That's Club de Cuervos just going over their tactics.
Low numbers, it always shakes things up. There are goals, and it can really sort of mold what happens in the second half and how they head into it. And I always say these 2 minutes you can win games, and you can definitely lose them as well.
Well, and Los Aliens have taken the opportunity. They'll get a corner out of it. It was Villaluz who got out there quick enough, because it seemed like Club de Cuervos were a bit discombobulated in trying to figure out. They had 3 players seemingly ready to go run out for it. They decided to keep the keeper out there, which was necessary because now they need to use Vasquez, because it's the keeper on the other side, Medina, who's leveled the game with a beauty.
There's that goalkeeper. They're so important in this Kings League. Not only are they always impressive with the saves they pull up, they're always some of the best performers on the pitch, but this is how important their role is in being a part of the attack, in being able to finish off moves and being able to shoot. And that was a good, powerful low drive. Very difficult to save.
Well, that's a tactic right there that we're seeing, as now it's Club de Cuervos trying to respond. Quiñones, or I beg your pardon, rather, Bravo had the opportunity and had his shot blocked. It was something that Los Aliens decided not to do. They didn't go 2 outfield players. They kept Medina in there, and he pays it off with a goal. Now he needs to come up with the save. He can't do that. It is Club de Cuervos to get it right back, and these are the high-scoring 2v2s that we've become accustomed to.
Yep. And another assist for Edwin Trejo, who's just bolstering his stats. But if you play the 2 outfield players, 2 against 1, if you've got 2 good players, 2 against 1 is always going to be at least a very clear goal-scoring opportunity.
Martin Bravo, and here we go again. Oh, that's a poor turnover from Medina, giving the ball back unnecessarily. Now with just 1 added minute, are Club de Cuervos playing this safe? They're keeping Vasquez on the pitch. Which way is he going? He wants the chop back. He's set up the effort, and it's blasted over by Garcia. Wrong number, wrong size, wrong shape. Although it's given back immediately.
This is a terrible 2 minutes played by Los Aliens.
And with just a few seconds left, now knowing that they'll likely have the last possession, they're going to get that extra player on, and this might not be good enough. They're trying to change both players out. They've only got now 5 seconds to make it count. Here's Trejo. Trejo gives it up. It needs to be taken now. It is put home by Bravo yet again. And it's a beauty for Club de Cuervos.
That is patience there. I mean, I was getting nervous just watching it, seeing how long they were taking to put that away. It was just like, put it away. But again, Trejo, as usual, at the heart of everything.
And there was still time to take 1 extra touch. We are well beyond the extra added minute. Why? I was going to ask the question, did we even need to go beyond a minute full when they were just passing it around? That's a precious extra couple of seconds, and it pays off for Club de Cuervos. And along with the presidential penalty, Bruno, they've got a multi-goal lead.
Yeah, it's those 2 minutes, those deadly 2 minutes at which I was saying that you can win games, you can lose games, and Cuervos have played it absolutely brilliantly. The decision to take the penalty before it, then those 2 minutes, so much better than Los Aliens. I mean, they were so wasteful in attack. You've got to always, at least, I feel at least, Spence, I don't know how you feel, but in these 2-on-2s, you've always at least got to give yourself the chance to have a shot being 1-on-1 with a goalkeeper. I mean, it's almost impossible not to get yourself in that position.
Vamos perdiendo, pero falta otra mitad y ojalá que podamos meter más.
Oh, we've got a second half to play, despite the fact that we're losing.
Bien, bien, no nos rajamos, aquí andamos. Let's make some fucking...
Now we're fine here. We're good here, and he's got Castro.
Falta mucho, tranquilo.
Says that we still need to calm ourselves. Yeah, and he's from Chicago, by the way, Bruno. So he's got plenty on in terms of grit and grind. We know that.
You're Chicago as well, aren't you?
Why would you? How could you? Who told you?
You know, I got the feeling that by bringing out that stat, there must have been some sort of link. Yeah. So you're hard nut people, aren't you, in Chicago?
They certainly don't back down from adversity, and
Good.
it's adversity that Los Aliens will be facing in the second half. Second half action requires Los Aliens to respond, and at the same time it also brings out the secret weapons which can be used at any time. Now, we haven't had any thrown out at the beginning of the half, which usually gives us a hint about what it's not. We're underway, 4-2 to Club de Cuervos.
Good ball.
Immediate chance coming down on the other end as the two teams switch sides. And that is popped up and over.
Oh.
What a pass that is. Was that Trejo again?
I'm not sure it was Trejo, but it was something completely out of the box. The way he flicked it up, just volleyed it over the defense. Beautiful.
He's playing on the left side. That's where Trejo was for the majority of the first half. So it was either him or Donovan. It was hard to see, but he just lollipopped it up to himself. This is that man, Trejo. He just looks a cut above the rest.
Yeah. I think it was Trejo, you're right.
Quiñones in with a throw. Trejo makes a run. That pass is cut out. See the possession numbers on your screen. It did feel like Club de Cuervos grew into the game. Now can Los Aliens launch a counter spurt? 2-goal lead is not quite the same in this competition as it is in other traditional sporting venues, as that effort wasn't half bad from Nieto, who scored the goal in the first half, in the first minutes of the game. Number 26 in the black and white shirt, who does play at the top portion of your screen now. He has been the catalyst. They're going through him and to him. This is flicked over the top in search of Lagarde. Of course, at some point, Los Aliens will have a chance to counter the presidential penalty with a penalty shootout opportunity of their own.
True that, I've forgotten about that. And they've still got two weapons up their sleeves, so as you say, being 2 goals down as well, given that the last couple of minutes is that double goal value, doesn't really mean too much, and even less so with those two weapons still to be played by them.
We're saying we have a general idea of what it's not. It's not Jugador Estrella, the star player.
No.
Because that is nearly 100% of the time going to be played at the beginning of the half to maximize the amount of time that their goals count for double. Shielded by Villaluz, and he wins the foul. Here's a turn from Damian Scarinci. Cabrera trying to slip it through. Scarinci again. Trying to put service into the box. Instead, Los Aliens choose to go low, but that defense is smothering from Club de Cuervos so much so that it's a foul.
They're not letting him turn, are they? They had 2 players right over him there, snapping at his heels, just pushing him backwards. I think didn't have to go that far, Garcia, and make the foul, because there was absolutely nowhere that Villaluz could go. But as you say, this is a solid wall of defenders right now for Club de Cuervos, which they're finding no way through.
They're going to have to give some distance, although it does have to be asked for. It finally is, and now our referee sorts it out. David Cabrera is over this, so too is Nieto. Cabrera gives it a whack, and it didn't hit anything. Nicely settled, Club de Cuervos. Should they find a third lead goal here, would really put them in a position of power. Viniegra chooses to go forwards instead of backwards. Probably the right choice. Bodies are hitting the deck. On all fronts.
Nice.
Oh, wow.
Love to see it. They're all fair tackles as well.
Yeah, no, nothing dirty about any of those. It's certainly not as pleasurable doing it on turf as it is, or I should say on artificial turf as it is on grass.
No, lovely carpet burn, yeah. Ooh, another one.
They're going in hard, man.
You do not want to go into a 50-50 challenge here in Mexico.
Like we said, there's just a little more grit and grind with these players from the Latin American countries.
It's the way they play their football, though, isn't it, Spence? Even in professional terms, it's just the way they understand football. They're a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more competitive, and I love to see it.
The effort from Cabrera was all wrong. Yeah, you make a good point, Bruno. It's something that we could go into hours-long discussions on the styles of football from countries all around the world and regions all around the world. And I think, to your point, the professional ranks generally tend to then trickle down to the fans and amateurs watching those professionals in those countries and play a similar style.
Definitely.
And that effort just across the face from Julio Espinosa had Mercedes worried.
Castro's loving it. He always loves this little hour he's got every weekend, every Sunday. The amount of people he gets in his box.
Nieto! Did that take a deflection? No.
Looked like it, didn't it? No.
Tell you what, this is perhaps the partial difference between amateurs and professionals. We know that most of these players have never played professionally before. A professional, as soon as that shot is taken, is immediately going to the corner flag. Hold that thought, because this needs to be cleared, and it is. They're immediately saying no matter what happened. The referee didn't make his decision until Nieto turned his back to the ball and said, yeah, of course that's a goal kick.
Exactly. You're taking the corner kick before the referee can make a decision.
Uh-oh, look out! Big effort from Espinosa.
You know what, Espinosa's actually surprised me these last couple of moves he's had. Because the first time I saw him touch the ball in this game, I thought, he doesn't look up to it. He looks a bit clumsy. He looks all over the place. But that was a nice bicycle kick. Then he had a shot drag just wide before. So maybe he's one of those that sort of flies under the radar where you think, he's not great, but he's got something about him.
Never judge a man by his hairstyle, Bruno.
No. Oh, no. No way. We've actually had this conversation. We had it last week. So you got that player who we'll see afterwards called Shaggy. We were saying that he looks absolutely rubbish, but he's actually very good.
Nieto is trying to make it happen himself. He feeds Efrain Velarde. Now it's Nieto again, chipped up. That man, Espinosa, couldn't catch up in time.
Again, not backing out from the challenge. Getting his boot in.
Nicely played forward by Club de Cuervos, but they don't have too many numbers up ahead. And they also don't have that many numbers behind either. Los Aliens on the break, and it ends up in the grateful arms of Vasquez.
Oh, still no weapons, Spence. 30 minutes.
It's got to happen at some point.
And it's gonna change the script completely. Oh, here we go.
Well, here we go. Someone heard you. It is Los Aliens who will be making the first move.
Oh.
And they will do it now, and they'll do it before Club de Cuervos get a chance to take a quick corner.
Let's see what we got. I mean, percentage-wise, we're going to have to think it's shootout.
You could also go the other way and say it's got to be something different. The averages have to play out eventually. And it is, and it's a big deal. The next 4 minutes will allow Los Aliens to level the game if they score. So can you take advantage in this time now?
I always feel that teams get a little bit rushed in these double goal windows. Like, they know they've only got 4 minutes to score it, and they sort of get a bit desperate to score the goal. I haven't seen, at least many times, where they've made use of it.
It would have been a big blow if they had conceded before even getting the chance to have the ball. This is that man we talked about, Espinosa. He's got the name Guerrero on his back. Here comes a chance. Can they make that extra pass, Los Aliens? It was left off, perhaps poorly, for Pedro Goulart, and the chance is wasted. This has been perhaps our MVP of the day, Urban Trejo, despite the fact that he hasn't scored a goal. He's looked really impressive.
Yep, I would definitely agree with that one. And I think he's still got something left to say in this game.
Quiñones. Velarde. That comes all the way through, nicely done. And again, it's that end product that's lacking. It's Villaluz, who, not sure if he intended to shoot that or pass it either way, blasted it over the bar. Wonderful control that is from Martinez, and then he left something behind him. He got it back though, Martinez! Donovan with a golazo!
How did he come away with that? Was it a mistake from the goalkeeper? Was it determination from Donovan Martinez which helped him nick it away from him? I need to see the replay, but perseverance in the end paying off for Donovan Martinez. Let's see exactly what happened here.
He just tripped over himself.
Oh no, okay, yeah, so he just got his foot in before the keeper.
Good control all the way around, as they've now chosen to bring their secret weapon into play as the ball goes out of play, and we'll see it now.
Los Aliens still have that penalty as well. Presidential penalty, which as you say will be a shootout, but they're leaving it very late.
And for Club de Cuervos,
oh, that's a killer blow. That is a killer.
so this is going to be what we see first. Now we're also seeing that penalty in blue under Los Aliens' name, which means maybe they have also instigated their presidential penalty. The goals are flying in the first game.
Well, Trejo, we said he hadn't scored his goal yet. Here's his chance.
To make it a complete game, no doubt. No doubt about it.
Oh, man.
Didn't even need
a
a run.
I mean, a slight little hinge there of hint of arrogance in the penalty, but when you're that good, I suppose you can do it.
Oh,
wow. No time to
Trejo
celebrate.
scores the goal that makes it a 4-goal game, although had that hit the back of the net, we would have been right back to 2. It seems like Los Aliens have to score in the next minute 15. They're also going to utilize...
They're right there. Yeah.
Yeah, they're going to use that presidential penalty now.
Exactly.
And when the ball comes out of play, it'll be a penalty shootout. Might as well get on the break first, and in these instances, you want to just take the shot so that if you miss, the ball goes out of play, and you get to what you want, rather than this ball continuing to circulate. And they haven't put it out of play yet, and that's a problem. Club de Cuervos should be in no hurry. Look at this. Well done by Bravo to slow down the pace. That hits the ceiling, though, and that will be the moment. Clock stops.
Okay, so it's going to be a shootout. You say Castro isn't there, and it looks like it's going to be 99 Lagarde. Well, he's sprinting across for the ball. Castro took one. I think he took one last week. He was down there last week. Yeah, he took one last week. He actually scored it. Quite a nice shot, but I suppose it's a little bit time consuming and not too cheap to be flying down from Chicago every week.
Fair enough. Can attest to that. Well, the responsibility falls to Jose Nieto. He scored the opener, and he's got 5 seconds to put this ball in the back of the net. Nieto denied by Vasquez. I beg your pardon, they actually made the switch. They made the switch. Eli Sadia came in instead to defend this penalty, and that's something we're seeing as well, is teams using both keepers for different reasons. Yeah.
Yep. Well, that's
which
almost
makes
killed them off.
Sense in the world.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And as we say, you sort of define everyone's roles and you find the best tactical approach to this game, because it's, I suppose, the teams and the players are still finding out how the best way to approach Kings League football is, and yeah, they're finding out in the sense that they're changing goalkeepers for shootouts and so on. But I think that's almost killed off Los Aliens, hasn't it? Because they've lost their weapon now, and it's just down to them turning this one back in the most traditional of ways, which is just scoring more goals.
Yeah, well, there's
that's one way to do it.
David Cabrera, it probably would have meant more had he scored it in 2 minutes, because they still need to score 2 more goals. We were just about to say that. Well, it came out of almost nothing. We were just about to say, though, that would have made things a lot more interesting, but Club de Cuervos have no intentions on losing this game. They are going to jump up in the table to start our day.
Trejo. That's one way to kill any hope that Los Aliens had after that goal of coming back. About 10 seconds, and Trejo again scoring the goal. What a player.
And we have to say, as much as the first goal for Los Aliens didn't change the game a ton, it did a little bit, that goal doesn't change what Los Aliens need either. Because once we hit the 38-minute mark, they need 2 goals.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Another one into the ceiling.
So far in my and our short time doing this, I have not seen any team score 2 meaningful goals after the 38th minute.
No, I've seen ups and downs, but yeah, not one team sort of pull it back
This
that way.
would have killed the game off. Not to be.
Right, this is a chance. Again, it looks a bit clumsy there.
That was
Another totally
Espinosa. And that will lead us to our final 2 minutes. Los Aliens need 2.
Well, I'm not entirely sure they've got it in them. But having said that, that goal they scored, that third goal, I never could have imagined them scoring a goal as easy as that, playing 1-2s and opening up the defence. But, I mean, can they score 2 goals with no goals from Los Cuervos? If I had to bet, which I said before that I wasn't a betting man, then I would say no.
We can still ask you the questions, Bruno, on whether or not it's going to happen.
What if the party is the reason?
You can see that Castro is at this point just looking for excuses, looking for reasons to believe that things aren't going right. I think I just heard him say, what if the party is the reason we're not playing well? Out come the sprinters, and I believe we had a false start. Possession will be ceded to Los Aliens, so they at least get to start with the ball.
Look out for the false starts, lads. We counted them last week, and every single game had a false start.
Well, we are 1 for 1 so far.
Yeah. That's another stat that I'd like to have from the competition. You like your stats, don't you, Spence? That's quite,
I do
it's
like
quite
my
an American
stats.
sport thing, isn't it?
I was just about to say, for all of the people, none of my American friends have ever told me, you really like your stats, but all of my British friends go, man, you really like to talk about stats, don't you?
Yeah. I suppose we're not so used to it, like growing up, we're not exposed as much to it as basketball and baseball and all that.
Well, yeah, because with football being football, it's just, you know, goals and assists, pretty much.
Yeah.
It looks like this is going to be a day for Club de Cuervos. I, last weekend, was on the Kings League España with our good friend Paul Giblin, who looked at me and said, expected goals do not mean anything. I don't want to hear anything about
he
expected
hates them,
goals.
yeah.
Not a big
He
fan.
hates them. He's so old school. Oh, brilliant.
Club de Cuervos perhaps were not expected to win this game to begin things, but that's why you get out there and play the game. And this is another example of the bottom half of the table looking like a complete washing machine.
Yeah, I mean, what's that now? That would be 7 points. That would be going from last to sixth. That is unheard of in any other kind of competition.
Last place to 6th place, and perhaps with eyes for more beyond this weekend. Just the one added minute. They will be on 7 points, which would put them 2 points back of 4th place, which is another of the levers that you try to get through. And of course, every other team still has to play today.
Oh. Gave it
So it was
straight
not
away
Los Aliens' day, Bruno. It was a day that it started well for them. They scored the first goal in this game, and then their mini win streak got put to a grinding halt.
Yeah, and I think Club de Cuervos were quite clearly the better team. So almost from start to finish, they were comprehensively the better team, which doesn't always end up being the team that wins in Kings League, but today it did go that way. Oh, that could be a penalty. Yeah.
are going to have a penalty.
Hello.
Whoa, look
Here we
out
go.
now.
Here we go.
Nice
Yeah.
to meet you, Edson Garcia.
I mean, he absolutely destroyed him. What? Yellow? Oh, what? Yellow card for the handbags.
It's a yellow card that might carry over into the next game. That is a crunching blow from Garcia, who had more to say afterwards.
Oh, that's like having a lorry like go right through the back of you. He's absolutely huge, Garcia.
It's a bit unfortunate because it would seem that after this penalty is taken, the final whistle will shortly follow. Nieto is the man to try and make it a one-score game. He missed the presidential penalty shootout, but he nails the penalty in the corner, and the referee has blown for full time, which is going to signal the end of the game for Los Club de Cuervos. They do get the victory.
Let's see. Did he get a touch? Oh, yeah, he did. Wasn't far off there.
It's a great play.
Let's see if we can hear
A
what they have to
victory.
say. Unfortunately, yeah, I was just going to say, Spence, unfortunately, a lot of the times can't seem to hear the mics on one of the chairman's sides. So it's a bit of a shame because we can't always hear the post-game interviews and what they have to say.
And this would be one of those times. But let's talk about Mercedes, because she got things going, and
He did, yeah.
she's doing her best Men in Black impersonation. I think that's what this is when up against Los Aliens, which does seem to make sense and fit the motif.
Of course, yeah. I'm glad you brought that one out because I had no idea what she was doing with that. But yeah, it was that flickery thing, isn't it? That
No,
sort
sí,
of
sí,
erases
yeah.
your memory.
Jugamos bien, obviamente.
Exactly.
Pero creo que ya sabemos.
Long
lo que
time
tenemos que hacer
ago when
para
I saw
ganar.
that film.
Entonces, la próxima semana regresamos, muchos más mejores y a ver qué pasa, ¿no?
Basically,
that they'll be
yeah,
back,
go on.
that they'll be back next week and hoping to play better than they did this week. Yeah.
Well, the expected goals pay off for Club de Cuervos. They get the victory. They've got a 7-5 advantage over Los Aliens, and a victory that vaults them up the table, Bruno Bergareche. A big victory to start the day, and that will take us into our second contest, which will be between Atlético Parceros and Galácticos del Caribe. We have not yet seen the winner of our Prime MVP, but my vote is for Erwin Trejo.
There you go. Oh, it's not.
Boo! I mean, Donovan played well also. He had a nice goal, but I like Trejo.
Yeah, but come on. I mean, who are these people watching?
I mean,
Well,
we'll
I'm
give
guessing he's
Donovan
saying he's happy.
his credit for what he did. Yeah. Do you want to just give the interview? We can't hear him.
Yeah, I think he's saying Trejo deserved to win this, but I'll take it. I'm thankful, and we move on.
Were you doing some lip reading?
I was, yep. How
Nicely done,
how
man.
could you tell? Yeah, exactly.
He's a man of many hats, Bruno Bergareche, and he's got the call for the next one.
Right, we're heading into the second game of the evening. Already in the first game, sometimes I feel like I'm a salesperson and I'm overselling the competition, saying to expect the unexpected with the teams at the bottom end of the table beating the teams at the top end of the table. So I'm very happy, Spence, that Club de Cuervos won that game, because it went to show that I wasn't just waffling around, but that it does actually happen in this competition. And now we've got Atlético Barcelos in second against Galácticos del Caribe in seventh. And again, don't look at the form guide, don't look at recent results, expect the unexpected.
Yeah, I think that's fair. We've gotten to the point now where teams are starting to develop personalities, and we're still figuring out who some of these teams are. I think for both of these coming up, this is a telling game, because neither side is really I would say either impressed or disappointed me so far this season. I've seen games. I saw Peluche, who in their one loss they looked vulnerable, but even still they looked good. Real Titan, who are second in the table, tied with Peluche, and Muchachos seem to be the cream of the crop. Atlético Parceros might be in that tier, but this will be a good example to see whether or not they can keep it up, because they looked a little shaky at the back despite their ability to put the ball in the back of the net.
Yeah, they got absolutely smashed last weekend in the second of those games, the Sunday match day 5 against Ranita, 7-3 against the Mexican side. Atlético Barcelos, of course, one of their two chairmen, James Rodriguez, who I presume won't be available here tonight as he's away on international duty with Colombia. Actually was a part of that team that won against Spain on Friday. So he's still going strong. James up against Galácticos del Caribe. They're from the Dominican Republic. Perhaps not so known for their footballing prowess, but they're looking to fly the flag for the Caribbean island as both secret weapons are drawn. Let's see. Expensive Atlético Barcelos can bounce back, but as we can see there, of course, no James Rodriguez.
Yeah, and there are the Atlético Parceros who I'm sure they would have preferred to be able to banter with James, because they don't seem to be shy about the hot air leaving their mouth. They are constantly talking.
Well, we're going to have to talk on the pitch to turn around, as we say, that dreadful result from last week. And we're about to kick off with this first sprint. I see Brian Hernandez in the goal for Galácticos del Caribe. First sprint underway with Patricio Arias. He's been one of the players who's caught my eye in this competition. He gets the first possession of the game. Doesn't seem to be in any rush that we can see. There's also a ban overrunning into this game for Atlético Barcelos, which will come into play later on. Patricio Arias goes to the left. That's a good, strong challenge from Brian Hernandez.
And like we said at the beginning of the first game, or towards the middle of it, don't judge a book by its hairstyle.
Oh, yeah. Julio Torres, he's a great goalkeeper. There's Brian Hernandez sprinting. Oh, and he's found a way into the back of the net. I thought when he shot there, Patricio Navarro had it covered, but it was such a well-played shot. Atlético del Caribe take the lead.
Third goal of the season for Brian Hernandez, and a beauty at that, and that works to their favor. However, now we come back the other way, and it's Parceros with the 3v3 advantage.
So Galácticos del Caribe coming out on top in the 1v1 or 2v2 situation. In the 3v3 we see Patricio Navarro shooting, and Julio Torres, who's quite the character, flying it in between the sticks there with his long hair, as you pointed out. He's definitely one to look out. He doesn't really do things by the book, but he's definitely impressive when he does get things right.
I'm just a little confused, because the picture that he presented it's not quite the same. I'm trying to find it here.
Guessing shorter haircut.
Yeah.
Oh, there he is.
No, there it is. Okay, no, it's fine. He looks like. Trying to think of what 90s grunge band I can name. Looks good.
That's the look people go for in passport photos. So, yeah, guessing that's why I went for it. Okay, Atletico Parceros in possession. We're up to 4v4. They still haven't scored their first goal in this game. Patricio Navarro. Oh, slight misunderstanding there. There's an empty goal. That should be 2-0, and it is César Bernal. Huge mistake from Atletico Parceros, and it looks like they've still got that hangover from that crushing defeat last weekend.
Well, that's just laziness. You can't give the ball away, especially with your keeper out of position like that. And this is a test now because we've said that the beginnings of these games, you cannot win them, but you can certainly lose them. Got to come back strong.
Definitely. Look at that. The substitute coming over. Oh, it almost plays to his advantage. He came out of nowhere, latched onto that loose ball. But Atletico Parceros, that is tremendously lazy, not on the same wavelength, and they've gifted that goal to Galácticos del Caribe. See if they can fight their way back into this game. It needs to be better from the Colombians.
Nice.
That's a nice flick. That's what they're looking for. Didier Uribe, but there's that man rushing out off his goal line. Julio Torres with some brave goalkeeping, keeping his side with a 2-goal lead.
Brave goalkeeping indeed.
Well, that's a bit of pace there. He hasn't got too much of an angle, though. There's a bit of a hopeful shot from Leandro Gomez, who is one of the better players in this team. Jorge Ruiz. Now Angelo Caro, 4 goals and 3 assists so far this season. Just gets his body in the way for Didier Uribe. Very calm from Atletico Parceros. You never imagine that they're 2-0 down by the way they're playing their football, but clearly not phased.
So remember, in 25 seconds, only one player is coming onto the pitch, and that will be for Galácticos. They'll have a man advantage.
So not ideal for Atletico Parceros, given how the game has been panning out so far. That's a nice 1-2 on the edge of the box. Didier Uribe with the strong challenge. Kept in by Daniel Hernandez with that shot, and as you pointed out, Spence, just the one player coming on to the field of play, and it's Abner Monreal for Galácticos del Caribe.
There's been a Monreal or two who have come through the ranks of professional football.
Very decent left back. Galácticos, can they make the most of this one-man advantage? They've got 30 seconds left of it. Leandro Gomez there. He's trying to weave his magic. He's a very uncomfortable player to defend against. Julio Torres. Back to the goalkeeper. Oh, there he is. Eccentric as always. He's found some space on the right-hand side. Back to César Bernal. Now finally, Atletico Parceros get that 7th man on the pitch, but Leandro Gomez on the turn. The rebound falling kindly to Pablo Samano. And how about this for a start for Galácticos del Caribe? We can see the celebrations there from their 2 chairmen. 3-0 with under 7 minutes on the clock.
6th game of the season for Pablo Samano. First goal of the season. Big follow-up, stuck with it, and this is approaching disastrous levels of a start for Atletico Parceros.
Ooh, have they got away with it? Looks like they Might be giving offside, yep. Well, they needed something to go their way, Atletico Barcelos, because that rebound fell so kindly to Pablo Samanot that it was just feeling like one of those days for them. But with that goal being disallowed, although it still says 3-0 on our screen, and the referee clearly disallowing the goal for offside, they've been handed the first little bit of positive news in this game. Daniel Hernandez. Wasn't the cleanest of strikes. Right, let's see. Yep.
Yeah, it's the right call. It's a good call. It's sometimes tough to see that, and it's our first intervention on the day of VAR, and we don't like to see interventions unless they're absolutely necessary. That was a good one.
Yeah, absolutely. And also good to see that it doesn't take as long as in the professional game, where sometimes it can be a bit painful.
Yeah, we're all about speeding things up here, not slowing them down in the Kings League.
Absolutely.
That was actually one thing the first couple of weeks that we had the Americas. We were watching them. It did seem like, and to a degree, we still occasionally get a bit of gamesmanship, trying to slow down the pace of play. But I think that the board above made a note to the referees to say, look, let's just make sure we're on top of this, because the point isn't to roll around 6 times, grab our ankle, get right back up and play again. We want to make sure that we keep the game moving, and that unless you're actually hurt, you just keep playing.
Yeah, and in that sense, also the fact that they stop the clock, it doesn't really incentivize people to go down and waste time. So, as you say, it's positive that they tried to kick out that element of the game, which is probably the biggest negative in the normal format of professional football, I'd say.
If you just stop the clock in 11-a-side football, we are officially done with those problems.
Yes. The thing I fear for there is that the game would go on for about 4 hours. But
no.
There's got to be some middle
the
ground.
amount of time. Make it 2 30-minute halves or something.
Okay. You've thought this one out, I can see.
Well, I know that they release, we're talking about stats again. I know they release the stats that say that the ball is in play on average in, let's say, the big 5 leagues in Europe, for example. I think it's somewhere between like 52 and 55 minutes that the ball is in play. So make it 2 30-minute halves, and there you go.
Yeah. You've got a case there. As long as it doesn't spill over and go on forever, which would obviously make us lose our younger audience who already struggle to get through 90 minutes. But anyways, it's a big debate, isn't it? That's I'm not entirely sure we've got the answer for, but something maybe does need to get tweaked.
We're just 2 dudes talking about football. We don't have the answers on a ton of things, but we're having fun.
Oh yeah, this is your typical 11 p.m. Sunday chat, isn't it? Well, that shot fired over the crossbar. Meanwhile, on the pitch by Galácticos del Caribe, there we see Manu Lanzarote. I actually remember him from back in the day, commentating on him in La Liga Hypermotion. How he's evolved, turning out to be a manager in the Kings League Americas.
Who did he play for? Do you remember?
Yeah, I remember him at Zaragoza a couple of seasons. He was left-footed. He had a very good left foot, good at free kicks. Maybe lacked a bit of physique, but he was a classy player. Now, this should be a very clear chance for them to get back into the game. It's going to be Daniel Hernandez. No, it's not. It's shot in by Diego Gutierrez and Julio Torres, I'm afraid. I might have to question his goalkeeping there, as that one dribbled through his legs into the back of the net.
Top class finish. But yeah, perhaps the wall did the opposite of its job. It might have actually screened the keeper Torres and left him blind to the fact that ball was headed to his right.
Well, that disallowed goal first, and now this goal has turned the situation in this game completely around, and they're coming for more. You can see that maybe the tide is turning. But that through ball from Didier Odibe not finding its intended players. That shot in the end is saved comfortably by Julio Torres. There it is. I mean, I'm a big fan of him, but perhaps that's not one that he'll save for his highlights reel. César Bernal. That's Galácticos playing at the back. Julio Torres again for César Bernal. They're not finding a way of progressing into the Atlético Parceros half. Now they switch up play. Did that come off the post? I think it did, yeah. Surprising from that angle, that header. It's time to see some fresh faces in this Atlético Parceros side, with Jorge Ruiz coming on, Patricio Arias. Not seen too much from him.
Everybody is a little more rested, it seems, this time around. You mentioned that there were tired legs in the second night of a back-to-back, we can call it, last weekend.
Daniel Hernandez always found a way to weave through the defence, and I think Diego Gutiérrez, aware that he was in an offside position, just let that one run out of play. But they're looking better now, Atlético Parceros. It's played short for David Junco. Yep.
Talk about back-to-backs. If we're doing crossovers on sports again, you know, there are certain sports where you can go out on back-to-back nights. For me, specifically, I'm thinking about basketball, where it happens, but football is so difficult.
Oh, yeah, no. Oh, that shot's curled wide. 11-a-side football impossible, I'd say. This football here, the fact that there's roll-on subs, you can maybe just about get away with it, but with no roll-on subs in 11-a-side football. Also, the thing about football is you can just feel all those little knocks, and you know, you get trod on your toes, and you can feel those the day after.
Yeah, that's what we in the States would call Monday morning quarterback.
Okay.
And beaten and battered so many times, the next morning you wake up and all you want is a giant ice bath.
Yeah.
Which apparently recent studies have shown that doesn't actually really do much for you. I don't know, I just heard that.
Doesn't it? Maybe it's a placebo. Right, Atlético Parceros, 15 minutes on the clock. As they flick it over looking for Didier Uribe. He seems to be pretty much everywhere on the pitch for the Colombian outfit. There he is again, pressing down and almost forcing Galácticos del Caribe into a mistake. This could be a chance. Here's a nice flick from Leandro Gomez. Moved it from one side to the other. He took the shot on his weaker right foot.
Yeah, that was a decent effort. Just a rather acute angle for him.
Daniel Hernandez. It's got Patricio Arias in support. Edge of the box, Daniel Hernandez. Rebound almost falling into the path of Diego Gutiérrez. That's cleared from long distance, and you see the presence underneath. And I'm always amazed, Spence, by how much, and he plays up to it in the bottom right-hand corner. He looks like Will Smith. Talking of Independence Day, which we were talking about before.
No, Men in Black.
Oh, Men in Black, yeah, of course. Independence Day. I'm mixing up my sci-fi alien films there.
And he wasn't in Independence Day, was he?
He wasn't, no. Was he? No, he wasn't. Who was in Independence
Day? I don't claim to be a movie buff,
remember.
man. That's not I pulled the Men in Black thing out of my backside.
Yeah, I can't remember Independence Day. Yeah, I've shot myself in the foot with that one, but 70 minutes. We're getting closer to that 18 to 20 minute window where things completely get turned upside down. Arias thinking about the long distance shot. He sliced that one miles over the crossbar.
Hey, Bruno, don't get down on yourself, man. Will Smith was in Independence Day confirmed.
Was he? Oh, yeah. For me, I don't know. Like in my head, both films are the same film. They sort of like mesh together.
It could be. It could be.
Nice of you to quickly get onto Google for that one.
Along with I Am Legend and I, Robot. That we know.
Oh, yeah. Daniel Hernandez. I'd say Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, though, is number one.
I would not disagree.
Long distance shot. I love to see that with the clock running down. They never do it, and it's worth a pop. Might as well. You never know.
You know, the only other sport that you see that in is basketball, because the quarter runs out or the half runs out, and you just heave it from wherever. Because if the ball has left your foot, hold on, let's get to the die first.
Bimbo.
Ooh.
That comes out a lot, Bimbo. Yeah. So 1 against 1 with goalkeeper, I think.
No keeper. This is just.
Oh, no
right?
keeper. Oh, this is the best one. This is the best one.
I think so. Because it was. Well, let's see. Sometimes I get confused between the.
No, yeah, because when it's a goalkeeper, they put the little gloves next to the one. So, yeah. Well, this situation, this is where a lot of these games get completely turned around. I've seen games where a player scores 3 from the middle and suddenly, they've gone from being down to being up. And I think Patricio Arias, in fact, there was one week that he scored a couple. He's pretty useful from this situation. So let's see, he's got the whole centre circle to use up, so he can put the ball wherever he wants within that centre circle. Then he shoots, and goalkeepers, the players, are unable to use their hands or arms, of course. Oh, no.
Nada.
No. Not even close. Oh, he's not happy with the ball, I think. Wants it pumped up. Are they going to change it? Oh, no, he's got to go off the line again. Right, here we go, Brian Hernandez. Let's see how he responds to that wasteful shot from Patricio Arias. Good save from Patricio Arias, unfortunately for him. It's gone right back to Brian Hernandez, who'll have another shot. Wasn't the most powerful effort from the Galacticos player.
I think there needs to be a way to increase the movement and action in this 1v1.
Well, as in, it's too slow with them walking around. Like, you want to see a bit more.
I don't know. Look, this is all, again, this is just our Sunday night football talk, but maybe if you have the balls ready to go there and the players have to move quickly, although that's unstoppable.
Ow. Yeah, or you have a time limit on your shots. That wouldn't be bad either. Good shots there from Patricio Arias. So 2-2. We said he's pretty handy, pretty useful when it comes to these situations. They've changed their player. They've gone to Leandro Gomez, their top goal scorer in the competition. Let's see what he can do. Ooh, no. Oh, it's pretty small, Leandro Gomez, so there's going to be a lot more of the goal to aim at here for Patricio Arias.
It also just looks weird when they take the ball out on a goal kick and kick it to themselves. That should be a foul and an indirect free kick.
Well, let's see this angle again. Oh, look out for the rebound.
Ooh, did he keep it
Saved
in?
by Leandro Gomez here. He's got 20 seconds. I suppose there won't be any time added to this minute, so this could be his last attempt. If he doesn't take it quickly, it might be the last attempt of the whole first half. Leandro Gomez with the shot. That's Bottles come off the crossbar.
Get a shot in. Go! Kick it down! There it is! Quick! Quick!
Oh, diving on the line, Leandro Gomez. He had his back to it. He was twisting around and turning, and he saved it. I'll tell you what, that shot that was fired at Patricio Arias, I think he almost ducked a little bit, and yeah, I wouldn't want to put my head in the way of that shot.
Esa pico dentro, enseña la repetición, eso pico dentro.
Esa vaina entró, o sea, además de que le
All
robó
right,
a
they're saying
Brunei,
that maybe it bounced inside the goal.
Increíble.
O sea, esa vaina robó. ¿Por qué no me dice tranquilo, Carlos? ¿Por qué no me dice tranquilo?
Am I hearing the secret weapon sound as well?
Yeah, in the background, yeah. I wouldn't mind seeing replay that shot onto the crossbar there.
Well, I think that's what they're asking for.
Claro, pico
Hola.
dentro.
Hola. Sí, claro, ya le llegó un Santander 2012.
Bro, y el coche que tú ibas a hacer para venir al draft, ¿qué le pasa a ese coche? El que chocaste para el draft. Y el coche que chocaste para el draft.
Clearly some inside jokes here. Something to do with some car that they were driving a couple of weeks ago, but that you and I, Spence, have no idea what's going on.
Necesitamos ganar el mundial y se lo damos.
All in good fun, it would appear.
At least they're having fun.
No, esa no, Dios mío.
That's not the replay they want.
Esa no.
No, they don't. They want the shot before.
Aldosa.
I think that one was quite easy. That one, I mean, there wasn't really a great deal going on in that one. I don't think it bounced inside.
Quítate el Vini, güey, quítate el Vini. ¿Qué pasó? Quítate el Vini. Yo tengo mi calva, quítate el Vini. Ay.
This is what we want to see.
Oh, you know what? Oh, I think.
Go back.
No, pero
Go
no se
back.
vio, yo no vi nada ahí.
Let's
¿Qué se
see.
vio? ¿Qué está reclamando?
Boom, boom. Oh, yeah, you're right. That's miles in. That is miles in. Yeah. Oh, they've got a case here. Are they going to look at this? They're going to give them a goal. Oh, no. They've been done over. Controversy.
Well, yeah.
Well, we've got a star player. That's going to be a talking point.
So that is for Parceros, is it not?
That is for Parceros, yeah, because this is Manu Lanzarote, who is their manager. So let's see who they decide to go for the star player. Is it, 26, Daniel Hernandez. I was thinking, is it going to be Angelot Caro? No, it's going to be Daniel Hernandez. So if he scores, only the first goal, of course, if he scores in this second half, it will be worth double. No, that seems quite unfair, doesn't it, Spencer? There's actual video proof that the ball crossed the line and they haven't decided to do anything about it.
How many times in so many different games and sporting events have we said, but the video showed us something else?
Yeah. Oof. Lovely.
Tough break.
Right, so it's 2-2. Very tough break for Galácticos del Caribe, who've seen their 2-0 lead evaporate with Atlético Parceros scoring in that 1v1 just before half-time through Patricio Arias. Now Brian Hernandez trying the impossible with that shot from a very awkward angle, to say the least. Parceros will be looking towards their star player in this second half, Daniel Hernandez. Here's Angelot. Jorge Ruiz. That is Daniel Hernandez up there, playing on the right flank. This player here, Just looking for the 1-2. That's well intercepted. Cesar Bernal on the counter. He hasn't got any support. Might have to finish it himself. But it's some good defending from Jorge Ruiz.
So this is our first look at the star player secret weapon. And for Atletico Parceros, who were able to level the game just before halftime, now gives them the opportunity that we've seen not really taken advantage of all too often, at least in the games that I've been covering. I haven't seen too many star players score goals for a number of reasons, it would appear.
Oof, crunching tackle. Angelot Caro comes away, and here's an opening for Daniel Gutierrez with a shot, and it's a good save from Julio Torres. Daniel Hernandez, I should say, not Daniel Gutierrez. Fine save from the number 88.
Well, just as I said, that the star player hasn't scored so many goals, he almost put one in the back of the net, did he not?
He did, in fact. He was afforded too much space there, given the fact that he's got that armband on, that he is the player, or almost the only player, that they need to lock out in this second half. Now he's playing in a more central position. Didi Uribe with the overlapping run, looking to open up some space by the corner flag, or by the corner, as you say, there's no flag in the Kings League. And that's well defended and cleared by Pablo Samano, who also earns his side a throw-in.
We are a league who does not fly any flags. We go hands only.
Oh, absolute marketing genius. There he is, the star player, Daniel Hernandez. Again, he was given time to shoot. It was well blocked by Cesar Bernal. We get the ball once again. I tell you what, they're letting him shoot, and I feel like sooner or later he might cause some problems for Julio Torres.
Well, the reason, Bruno, that we've seen so few star players score, as we see the corner.
Oh! Didier Uribe! Absolutely nothing Julio Torres could do about that. What a rocket from the edge of the box. They're back in the lead. They're in the lead for the first time in this game. It's 3-2, Atletico Parceros.
Yeah, I just had a sense that that was something that we needed to pay attention to, because they've been taking their corners fairly well. It's really difficult to get good action on corners in this game because there's so little space to operate. But if you go to the top of the box and nobody's marking you up there, you can get a shot away. That's exactly what we just saw.
And if you've got a shot like Didier Uribe, then it's, as you say, a much more worthwhile route than just floating a hopeful ball into the box and seeing if anyone can get their head onto it. Here he is, the goal scorer. Uribe, that's a nice turn. He's clearly feeling confident after that goal. Arias. Angelot Caro. Ooh, a slight moment of hesitation there, and he's played himself into a little bit of trouble, Daniel Hernandez, but they do well to evade the high press from Galácticos del Caribe. Now Angelot Caro. It's a goal, look out, into space, and Julio Torres with some brave goalkeeping again. And I'm going to use a phrase that I've been wanting to use there, which I heard the other day, which I thought was brilliant, and it was that he ran out quicker than an iPhone battery.
Well, all right, I like it. I'm on board.
I was waiting for your reaction there. I was like, is he taking that? Is he okay with that one? Yeah, it's not bad. It's not bad. It's not mine, though. I'll hold my hand up. I heard it.
It's not yours. Ah, but you can make it yours.
It's not mine. Oh, yeah.
We got a secret weapon here.
We do. Talking about more serious things. Secret weapon. Ooh, that's not the best secret weapon to have. It's a 4-minute ban for a player on the other team. I suppose the star player will be on the receiving end of that 4-minute ban.
It's funny, we were last weekend, we had a moment when I felt like the best person to sanction wasn't the star player. It was the same setup. You had one team with their star player, the other team with a sanction. It was Unoka, who were the team who are going to be sanctioned, and their keeper, whose name is escaping me at the moment, has been playing lights out.
Oh, he's brilliant, yeah. Can't remember his name either, but yeah.
It's his last name starts with an A, Aritz something. Regardless, I thought perhaps instead of taking out the star player whose goals counted double, take off the keeper. And
did they?
Oh, here you go.
Oh. Well, going back to this game, Rafael González has just got Galácticos del Caribe back into this clash, 3-3. And as you're saying that, Spence, it's actually Patricio Arias who they've taken out of the game for 4 minutes, which does make you question. Obviously, these rules sometimes, we're new to them as well. Can you? I think you can. Can you put the star player into that 4-minute sin bin?
Yeah, of course you can. And I'm surprised that they didn't, because that's what they did in the game that I was mentioning before. They didn't take the keeper off, and it cost them because they had a couple of shots on goal that were denied.
Okay. Right, yeah, so quite surprising that they've decided to get rid of Arias and not Daniel Hernandez, who, if he, in one way or another, finds the back of the net, that goal will be worth double. So, well, there must be some sort of thought process behind that from Lucas Ayala, manager of Galácticos del Caribe. But this one is a tight affair. It's 3-3. And it's not very clear to see which team is going to get the upper hand. Hernandez to Uribe. Quick feet from Angelot. Ken Didier Uribe. Hold the back heel. It's nice free-flowing football between both players, Angelot Caro and Didier Uribe.
Yeah, we still have a long way to go in this game. But if we're at this point now, Bruno, we've got maybe 10 minutes or so until we get to a potential first golden goal of the day.
True. If it's all equal and all level come the last couple of minutes, it goes into golden goal, but they could get into the lead here. Brian Hernandez, that's a fine save. It's offside, but nevertheless, that will boost some confidence into Patricio Navarro as Manu Lanzarote looks desperately on. Angelot. Daniel Hernandez taking a long time on the ball there. And that high press now starting to work well for Galácticos. David Jungo thought about the shot in the end. Decides to keep cooking this move. Gomez. Good turn from Gomez. He finds David Jungo. Oh, he just one step behind the pace there. Ooh, just about kept in play by Brian. Shot from
He
finds a way in. Well, he flew to try and save it, Patricio Navarro. It looked like he got there, but there was too much power on that ball. It was well placed, and Galácticos del Caribe in this up and down roller coaster of a match are back in the lead. It's César Bernal, 4-3.
That is a laser beam. What a strike that is. First of the season, too, for the defender, and a big one.
Wow. It's almost impossible to predict what's going to happen in this game. Both teams have recovered from blows. Seems like one of them is in command and in control, and then the other one scores. Now Didier Uribe looking to make it 4-4 again, as that, I feel like, must have come off the ceiling because it flew right into the sky, but it's going to be a throw-in deep inside the Galácticos half. Into the box, on the volley. Oh, it's come off the post, and I'll tell you what, that was Daniel Hernandez, and that would have been worth double, so that would have put them in the lead.
Wow. He's getting a lot of opportunities in these second half minutes that he's getting as a star player.
He's had a few, hasn't he?
I was going to say, we hadn't seen many of them score, at least in open play. If the team is lucky enough to earn a penalty, it's a pretty easy decision who you send to the spot.
Cesar Bernal chipping it to the far post.
Oh, it's beautiful.
And it's Leandro Gomez, the star player in the Galácticos del Caribe, making history. I think Will Smith is saying that's game over. Of course, it's still a very long way to go, but a beautiful goal from Galácticos del Caribe.
Yeah, he might not be the star player from a secret weapon perspective, but he is a star, and that is a furious half-volley finish, and his 6th of the season, and a 2-goal lead that gives Galácticos some breathing room.
Nah, he's a great player, Leandro Gomez. I always say he's your stereotypical number 10 from South America. He's small, kind of stocky, left-footed, he twists, he turns. He's got a lot of ability on the ball, and he can also score goals. Well, they need a goal from Daniel Hernández, if possible. There he is. Looking for some space. Well, we can see they've uploaded that photo of Gerard Piqué with the famous 5 when Barcelona beat Real Madrid by 5-0.
A little premature for that, it would appear.
Oh, yeah. They're talking a big game in that corner.
Although, to be fair to what Galácticos do, hold that thought.
Leandro Gomez, well, he's got 3 players surrounding him. Can he find a way out? He's still on the ball. He's kept it in play, and that is brilliant football from the number 10.
The Galácticos, again, they're not shy about letting people know about what's going on, and we prefer that at this point.
Well, it gives us a talking point. That Gerard Piqué gave people in Spain, I think, newspapers, TV channels, radio stations were living off that image for about 2 months after the game. So I think as journalists were quite thankful.
Like 2 decades.
Yeah. The famous manita. Manager Manu Lanzarote sending his players forward. He doesn't want to make it easy for Galácticos in their build-up from the back. But they found the free man over here. Banano on his shirt. Abner Monreal, the official name on the team sheet. Bernal, almost in an identical position to when he scored the goal. This time it's fired into the hands of Patricio Navarro. He looks so young. He looks like he hasn't made it. I mean, I'd be surprised if he was 18 years old.
Saying he's still got a little bit of hair on his face to grow out before we get to what the real look should be.
I think this isn't the end product yet. Still got a way to go before he can emulate that photo that you were talking about before from Julio Torres. Oh, here he is. I thought he was going to go for the shots. Decided to play to Angelot. Jorge Ruiz. Daniel Hernández. That's a good, strong pass into the path of Angelot Caro. He's got an opening here. He was looking to bend it, but he got no curl on his shot. And time is running out for Galácticos del Caribe. But let's not forget that in those last couple of minutes where goals are worth double, essentially just a goal down here against... oh, what a turn from Leandro Gomez. He's got away from the defender. Can he put it away? Oh, he's still going. This is taking the mick from Leandro Gomez. What a goal, Spence. I don't know how you can sum that one up for us.
Well, my goodness. I mean, senor, please, if you're going to do the keeper like that, at least take him out to dinner, buy him some wine. My He left him laying
that was
out.
That was violent.
Oh, that's just disrespectful.
There's no need. He's not 18 yet. Don't do that to him. He's a kid.
Please. Be kind. What a goal.
What a plan. How he's grown into this game. And now they need more than just a goal. It's not looking very good for Atletico Parceros, but if that man can get the goal, it's off the crossbar. Is that an own goal, though? It's an own goal. I think it's an own goal, yeah. From
actually, you're right.
Oh no, they're giving him the goal as a double.
I don't think so.
I thought it was an own goal as well. Crossbar and then.
Bruno, this is brand new for us. This is why we love this game, because this is a big difference. Is it an own goal or not? It's an own goal. That's not going to count for two. It has to be one.
That's an own goal.
And that
well, this
took
would be
the shot, but it didn't go in until it hit.
That's what he's saying. Yeah, look, there comes the complaint from César Bernal. Well, this is the second huge controversial moment after that shot, which did go over the goal line and wasn't given, and they're happy with it.
This is
okay. No,
no. They were the Atletico Parceros were waiting for the score to be corrected, but the referee was nodding at him, saying, "Like, don't worry, we've got it right. We're going to change it."
Oh, wow. Wow. That was almost, that was their ticket back into the game. That's what they needed. Could make it 6-5. Yeah, and they have made it 6-5. What a finish from Gutiérrez. What a minute from Atletico Parceros. And as you say, they're giving that high five back to the Gerard Piqué. It was too early, Will Smith. You couldn't get the 5 out. You've got to wait until the game's over, because the game is not over until it's over in the Kings League.
Manita, demasiado pronto, too soon.
Well. Diego Gutiérrez, 6-5. What is still left in store in this game? I do not know. But we're almost there.
Have seen it
at the 38
all
minute mark
so far.
Oh. Also, the talking points. I mean, it's not just what's happened on the pitch, Spence. We've seen that shot which went over the line from the crossbar, the own goal from César Bernal.
What are we looking at here?
Good question. I mean, imagine maybe a potential handball, a potential offside. Oh, he's happy. He's happy with it. Goal, 6-5. Last couple of minutes. David Junco. He's got some space in the middle. That's a good challenge from Arias. And on the counter they come. He's let that one run, and Julio Torres will smash it down the other end of the pitch, because there's no time left in the game. 38 minutes are up, 6-5 Galácticos del Caribe. Now we go into the double goal window for these last 2 minutes.
Yeah, take a deep breath, Bruno. And when you're down 2 goals, like Parceros were, inside, I would say, when you get from minute 36 to minute 38, those 2 minutes, when you're down by 2, it doesn't brutally change the game for you, but now it means that you knew you were going to have to get a second one anyway. Now it means that second one wins the game rather than anything else.
That's it. Well, both teams have shown that they've got the ability to bounce back when they're down and recover from a blow, as they've both got to sprint onto the goal line. Look, they've not made it on time. Well, that's two out of 2 false starts then.
I mean, that's not even, is that a false start, or is that just common sense not coming through?
Yeah. Team talks went on for too long. Yeah, that's exactly what they were complaining about. Well, that's gifted the first possession of these last 2 minutes to Galácticos del Caribe. They're going to try and play down the clock a little bit here. Monreal. Julio Torres. He's asking a lot of Leandro Gómez, who I think, yeah, came off his hand as he turned on the control there. Now Daniel Hernandez. He had to keep his eye on that one, Julio Torres. There we go, very much in tune with his character. Always expect the unexpected from him. Oh, that's a nice pass down on the chest. Leandro Gomez with the turn! And not the best finish. It was a rather tame shot into the hands of Navarro.
And each one of these moments, Bruno, can put the game away for Galácticos, but it's not done yet.
It's end-to-end stuff. Right now, at the end of the game, it can go either way. But who will give that decisive blow to the other team? Angelo Caro. Daniel Hernandez, comfortable on that right-hand side, cutting inside onto his left foot. Well, he's had a lot of attempts today, Daniel Hernandez, but he's not really caught any of those shots too cleanly. Whew, that wasn't the best pass out from the back, and that's going to invite some more pressure from Atlético Parceros, but they decide to play it backwards to Patricio Arias. Angelot. Arias again. Daniel Hernandez. Not sure if Angelot Caro went too early there. Now Didier Uribe. Well, this is good defending from Galácticos del Caribe. They're not allowing any way through down the middle. And they're just being forced to play those crosses in, which I suppose they'll be quite happy if that's all they can end up doing. Angelot, no way through again. Dani Hernandez, remarkably patient from Atlético Parceros. Angelot Caro, now they look to thread the through ball on, and this is where they can be hurt on the counter-attack. The shot from Junco has kept it in. He hasn't kept it into a corner kick, so that's a bonus for Galácticos del Caribe as they keep the ball down the other end.
This is that slight moment where just a little bit of gamesmanship, time wasting, keeping the ball, but they couldn't do it for more than 5 seconds. That's poor.
Yeah. Well, they didn't make the most of that situation. Eric Cerda loses the ball. Didier Uribe. Oh, well, he telegraphed that pass. It was intercepted. You could see where he was going from a mile away.
Got to be calm on the ball here. Hold it. You've got the lead.
Oh, almost intercepted. And he'll let that one trickle out of play, and you fear
there you go.
That could be the end of the game for Atlético Parceros. Referee urging them on to take the throw in. Well, this could be a last chance if they allow Tame to continue after the 2 minutes of added time. Angelot Caro, this might be the final attack. Didier Uribe takes over Arias. Daniel Hernandez. Again, some very strong, disciplined defending from Galácticos del Caribe. Spence, they did well to hold on to that lead in the final minutes. And there were moments of magic in attack, but I think it was that well-drilled team, the discipline in defense, which got them over the finish line.
Yeah, they had to hold on tight in the end. There was a lot to do defensively at the end. Let's hear it.
La Galactineta.
La Galactineta, bro.
Ok.
Como el champán.
Sí,
la Galactineta.
Amigos de Feli, lo siento, lo siento.
Champagne football.
Lo siento, amigos de Feli.
I don't think we need to translate that one. That's pretty obvious. As he's claiming that they're crying over there in the left-hand corner.
Lástima que al final se cagaron todos los de Galácticos, se pueden encerrarse, pero bueno, ¿qué se va a hacer? ¿Qué se va a hacer? Ese gana, ese pierde.
Aprendan. Que entrenen para ver si meten una, bro. Entrenen, bro.
¿Cómo? ¿Cómo?
No repito dos veces, bro. No repito dos veces.
Atlético Parceros that they should train a little bit more if they want to score some goals.
Te lo juro, todo en el Bernabéu.
Another set of presidents who are never shy on confidence.
Well, Spence, for the second time this evening, the lower ranked team has come away with the win, and that just adds to how tight this table is becoming.
And it is only going to continue throughout the day. So you give that victory to Galácticos del Caribe, and they go from 6 points to 9, level with Atlético Parceros. And now we have our first matchup between teams on opposite ends of the table. First, let's see if we can hear from Brian Hernandez. It appears like we will not be able to loop into this. Bruno's lip reading is going to do everything in his power to try and give us an explanation, or he's just going to make something up. Bruno!
Long question, I'll say that. I'll tell you what I'll throw out here whilst Brian Hernandez is speaking. For the second time today, don't know how you feel about it, Spence, but I'm going to say that's a controversial MVP. For me, it's Leandro Gomez.
Yeah, I'm all for giving our own MVP awards out at times. I'm definitely in agreement.
Yes, let's do that. Well, Brian Hernandez still talking, and very happy with the win. Always very happy with the win. These are my biceps. I've been working on them. I'm feeling strong. And yeah, we'll catch you guys in a little bit. So take another little breather, and we'll be back with Spence taking the lead again for Muchachos against West Santos.
So it is time for game number 3 on our slate. These games are flying by, we have to say. And so far, and this hasn't been the case all the time, we are starting on time. Got our third game geared up for what is, I believe, I'm getting my times mixed up. We're gonna speak straight through this because Bruno says, save your money, spend it on something else.
I do.
I mean, so are we 5 hours? Sorry, I'm just trying to get a handle on the time here. We are 5 o'clock.
5 hours ahead.
No?
5 o'clock. That's right. Yeah.
Local.
Yeah. 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock local Mexican.
Yeah, there it is. 5 o'clock Mexico City time. That's where we're at, and we are starting on time. It's 4:57 at the moment.
Yeah, but don't
there's a
get
look right
one.
there. Thank you.
He'll come back to bite you. Yeah, exactly.
We just saw for a moment on our screen the máximo goleador, or the top goal scorer of the Kings League Americas, and that is, of course, our man Tito. We know a little bit about Tito Villa. He is one of the former players, one of the former goal-scoring legends of La Liga MX, among other spots in which he spent his career. He is the man in charge every match day. 11 goals to his name through 5 games. Here comes game number 6.
Ooh, look at that fire in the background.
It is a matchup
from.
¿Cómo andan, amigos? Estoy bueno, con mucha ganas de ver buen fútbol.
Happy to see some good football.
Confiado por este equipazo, por el Quick.
Got a great team.
Bueno, por suerte aceptó para jugar con nosotros, así que con lindas expectativas.
And, well, in general, Bruno, we have two different presidential personalities today.
Yeah, I think it's clear to see just from that initial image. Yeah, and the presidents from West Santos, West Gol and Arcangel, they boycotted last week because the week before that, well, not the week, well, obviously last week there were 2 games. So 2 games ago, they were giving a late penalty against them, and they said that the tournament was rigged and it was all in favor of the Mexicans. Obviously, they're from Colombia, and in the last game, they weren't in that corner. There was no president in the corner for West Santos. So good to see that they've calmed down. Oh, look, there we go. That's probably part of what they've been feeling in the last couple of weeks, that referees are helping out the Mexican teams. But at least, you know, it's all tongue-in-cheek, and they're back in the corner and supporting their team.
Well, this is a matchup between a Colombian team and an Argentine team, so it's going to be a little bit
Can't
different.
complain this time. Yeah.
No, you can't.
You can't throw that one out again about it being pro-Mexican. They'll have to come up with something different this week.
All right, so we've given you a little bit of a preview on this one, Muchachos West Santos. Let's take it a step further and look to the table, and we'll talk about this table now in more of a live sense because we've already had 2 games played, and so there are still 4 games, 8 teams left to play, including these 2. Muchachos enter in the live table in 3rd place. Nobody has passed them yet today because of the 2 lower teams winning to start the day. Although they do not appear to be favorites thus far. Look at that. West Santos garnering the majority of the votes, right around 60%. 5 games played for Muchachos. They've got 11 points. A victory here, or a victory even in a potential extra time scenario, would put them top of the table. They're 1 point back of both Peluche and Real Titan. They've got 11 points, Muchachos. They can go to first, at least temporarily. The other 2 teams will be playing later today. As for West Santos, they are one of the 2 teams currently occupying the bottom of the table outside of the top 10, which would mean outside of the playoffs as it stands. Got to get into the top 10 for that. Now, they got some help with Los Aliens losing already today, and they are another team that can leapfrog a whole bunch of teams in front of them in the table. 5 teams they can jump over if they get a win. They would go from 11th to a tie for 5th with Granitza. There is a look at Tito Villa, Emmanuel Tito Villa, and his 11 goals. 42 years old, he is still scoring with the best of them. And a message as well prior to the game, as it looks like Villa may be the first player out. Again, it's been mostly shootouts. Let's see what it looks like today. We haven't had many shootouts on the secret weapons today.
I think we haven't had any, have we? The only shootout we've seen was because of that president's penalty for Castro, who wasn't in the building. But other than that, we haven't seen any.
Spencer Siegel here with you, taking you through the Kings League Americas. Bruno Bergareche as well. We're happy that you've joined us on a Sunday, wherever you are in the world. It is not Tito to start because he just doesn't have quite the pace as some of the others. So the one-on-one begins now. It is a race to the center. And the first touch backwards from Diego Martinez. It is his effort first. Martinez goes at it and has it taken away by Eric Vera. And he is one-on-one with the keeper. That's gotta be a penalty. It surely is. And it's Muchachos who have the chance to get out into an early lead.
And he's lucky he's not seen a yellow card, because look at all those bands in the corner, Spence. If he gets given a yellow card, they've got no players.
We're just going to say, now this is the first things first, that is absolutely a penalty and will not be overturned in any way. The clock is stopped as well, so we'll resume the one-on-one play afterwards. I don't think I have yet seen a number of sanctions so high. That is incredible. All right, first things first. Eric Vera to put Muchachos in the lead. Bang!
Oh. Another calm penalty today. They've all been so cool in their penalty taking. Eric Vera, who's one of the best defenders I've seen in this competition, and that's why they always put him in that one-on-one, because he's so difficult to get past. He's so persistent. He's intense. He's active in his defending, and we saw that he can also do something when he's in possession of the ball, as he ran around the goalkeeper, got the penalty, and look at that, cool finish.
Okay, so got to plead confusion for a moment. The clock stopped, and now West Santos have answered with a goal, but why did we put another set of players onto the pitch if we weren't yet to a minute?
Yeah, we heard in the background how it went, that sort of little alarm went off saying that it's 3 against 3, and I think that question that you've just asked might be being asked to the referee now as well. Yeah, what's going on?
This
does happen in the Americas. You can tell it's still in, you know, you could say it's still a newborn. It's still taking its first steps.
And the clock is counting down behind the two players getting ready to come on, and now it's stopped. So the only explanation we have at this point is that chaos reigns supreme.
And you know what this is, Spence? This is you saying that every game's on time.
No, you didn't do that to me, did you? Come on, man.
This is going to spit. This is going to spill over into the next one. So, so much for us being as efficient as the Swiss clock.
I suppose that used to be a no-no in baseball when we would get to the 5th inning of a 9-inning game and go, man, this game's just rolling along.
Chaos.
This is something that's going to need to be figured out, because not only do we have this 1v1 that we're unsure of, play football, says the referee. It is 3v2. We don't know which clock to trust at the moment.
Yeah.
Certainly not the one above us. That's a nice layoff feed from Jonathan Orozco. But it doesn't end up in a goal, and it does end up in West Santos coming back and looking for a second.
Ooh.
They seem to be the beneficiaries as Orozco goes from distance, and it's knocked down by the goal scorer for West Santos, Moises Daba, who scored a couple this season. He's got a right boot on him, Daba. Memory serves me right, he scored 2 weeks ago, and he's looking for more here. This time, though, he opts for the layoff. The shot is pushed wide by Rojas.
That's got to be a goal 10 times out of 10.
So by the looks of it, we just played 3-on-3 for about a minute and a half. I think that was the referee saying, we made a mistake, so let's just stick with it until we get to the next moment. So now we're 4-on-4. In the end, that blunder by the officials has benefited West Santos because it should have just been one-on-one. West Santos get the goal with the extra man. Ooh. There's a break potentially on for Muchachos. That shot blocked and swept away. Shot came from the man we spoke of, Tito Villa. Here is Rojas with the step over the strike and a 10-cent finish.
Tell you what, I've not seen many people do Eric Vera like that. Yeah, completely tore him apart there with that little step over and turn of pace.
Okay, so we're 5-on-5. We're going to have to do a little bit of figuring out with the number of sanctions as it goes along as well.
Oh, no. That's going to be absolute hell.
Bruno's saying forget it, don't even try.
I mean, one of them's 1 minute, another one's 3 minute. Ooh.
Slipped it in, and Mendoza put it off the crossbar. We have 3 sanctions at 1 minute. We have 2 more at 2 minutes, and then another one that lasts 3 minutes.
Do you reckon that if they had that many issues with the clock in the first minute with nothing happen, how do you reckon they're going to fare with that?
I have preparation anxiety for what's to come in about 1 minute and 20 seconds. I'm not looking forward to it. Jose Miramontes. Slicing and dicing through the middle. We are at 6-on-6. And then what? There's a player getting ready for Muchachos. There is nobody for West Santos.
Yeah, but then how are they going to play out the bounce? I don't get it. Unless if they add it all up and it's going to be 5, 7, 8 consecutive minutes of one player less, or I don't know. You can't take 4 players off the pitch suddenly. They'd have no one on it.
Time will tell, and in 10 seconds or so, we're going to have some kind of answer, or so we would think. Both players. Hold on, what's happening? All right, here we go. So we are 7-on-7.
And now
maybe the next stoppage in play. I'm just spitballing here. Francisco Estrada. A claim of an offside is heard. So now, everybody get off the pitch. Hold on. Everybody stop.
Is he gonna? No, he's okay.
Now we see players leaving.
Okay.
Two Muchachos.
There we go.
4 players out for West Santos. So it was a stoppage in play, which means, if my math is correct, West Santos have 3 players on the pitch, probably including a keeper. So 2 outfield players and a keeper. Muchachos will have 5 players. This is a 5-on-3.
Wow.
It'll be a 5-on-3 for 1 minute.
Yeah.
A 5-on-3 for 1 minute, and then it'll be a 7-on-4 after that. So you got to score here if you're Muchachos. You just have to.
Absolutely.
And so far, the 2-man wall of West Santos does its job. There's almost too many Muchachos players crowding the box. Villa.
Oh, no.
I think it was deflected. It had to have been deflected, wasn't it? It was. Corner. Although Villa didn't believe so.
Yeah, exactly. I wasn't sure. I think he sliced it.
Meantime, the clock is running. Lofted in. Oh, be careful. This is booted to oblivion.
You can't float a corner in when you've got... Let's just do the maths there. 2 more players on the pitch. You've got such an advantage that you can't put it down to chance in that way. No.
That should be an offside. It is definitely a case of too many players, and it's actually about to increase to another player advantage. It's going to be now 7-on-4.
No, they've got to do it here.
And the clock is running. The clock is running and running and running some more. 20 seconds have come off the clock before the ball got put back into play. And West Santos are using their four corners strategy. 30 seconds left on this. It's 7-on-4. Somebody's got to put a shot on the target, no? Unbelievable.
Just get it out.
That's a time-wasting tactic at its finest. 10 more seconds. It'll then be 7-on-6 for 1 more minute. This is the last chance for Muchachos to take advantage of this, and they have played this absolutely wrong.
So poor.
Completely butchered by Muchachos.
Wow. I'm amazed at how poorly they've played that.
You can tell that that is the feeling going on. Can they sneak one back? That one clangs off the post, and I think Villa wanted a corner, and he probably is within his rights to ask for that one. It's a frustrated Jero Freixas. The last effort, which puts us back to full strength, taken by Edwin Cardenas. And Muchachos get nothing from their advantages.
Well held on by West Santos, but again, the corner. They're just firing it into the box. When you've got 3 more players on the pitch, obviously not now, but when you've got 3 or 2 more players on the pitch, you can't play anything that's so low percentage. You've got to go for the high percentage passes because you've got so many more players that there's no point in taking risks.
A decent effort on the way from Gustavo Lua. Here's the man that you were talking about, Eric Vera, who scored right out of the gates. And Muchachos will feel like at the moment they probably deserve a 1-0 lead rather than where we're at, which is 1-1. Referee wanted to play on for a moment. The foul came late, at least the whistle did.
Good tackle. Oh, this guy's got fancy footwork.
A pirouette from John Monsalve.
John Cito on his shirt. I love the name. But
John Cito.
Best footwork. Yeah. He's a little bit heavy, but his footwork is incredible.
That's what makes the Cito all that more applicable.
Yeah, exactly. You love it.
We love irony.
Yeah.
Ooh, there's a claim of a foul, and where is the foul? Down goes Villa, right on the edge of the box. I'm hearing fuera.
That's an old fox, though. He's completely drawn that one out of him.
Knew exactly what he was doing. It was indeed on the outside of the box, which will allow Muchachos to set it up. Juan Hernandez, or Cheche,
little kiss,
as he's got on the back of his shirt, leaves it for Villa. It will be Cheche going for goal!
Is it in?
The triple save! It's not in!
What are we joking? How is that
Moises Daba denies.
I mean, he looks stunned.
Not
How did that
one.
not go in? Let's see.
Not two.
Oh, it's his hand as well. That is an unbelievable save, Spence.
Daba is down and needs to be looked at afterwards. Although he's smiling, he knows exactly what he just pulled off.
Let's see that again. This is... that is... I mean, not even Per Stegen or Courtois does that. That is unbelievable.
We have seen in this competition, in this sport, the keepers at times are the superstars, and Moises Daba, who's got the goal as well for West Santos in this game, is proving to be the most valuable.
That is one of the best saves I've ever seen.
Easy, careful. This first half has had plenty of atmosphere and energy to go with it. This is Gerardo Lugo flicking it over the top, looking for Villa. And these spots right here, this throw-in area is much more dangerous to create because you can get the ball exactly where you want it. Muchachos have the bodies in the box to cause chaos, and it looks like it's Osmar Mares who's down for West Santos. And he's in some pretty considerable pain too. He's holding his left hand, and a man of that size with that many tattoos wincing like that tells you that it does not feel good.
Bit of water always does the trick.
I think that's where it came, right there. Oh, and it might be a finger or a ligament of some kind.
Yeah.
It is indeed Osmar Mares for West Santos.
Sí, muy intenso, nervioso.
I believe you can deduce what was just said.
It just makes me laugh, Gerard Freitas, just by looking at him. He's got that.
He seems
presence.
frustrated.
Yeah, he always seems very anxious watching his team play.
We'll see if Mares can continue with his traditional duties despite the fact that he's probably playing with one hand at the moment. That could be considered a foul. Miramontes goes down. He's pulled down by Hernandez. Sets up a free kick. Can they make it count? Difficult angle to go for goal, but Diego Martinez nearly makes it happen. He does hit the target. He forces a save out of Orozco. That's an appreciative
there he
camera
is.
angle. Nicely done. It is Martinez who hits the post, and the follow-up is put wide. But how? Missed by Monsalve.
Johncito. I mean, the turn from Johncito was magic, but this miss.
Oh, Johncito.
Painful.
Not to be confused with John Sasso. This first half has had a little bit of everything so far. We've been spoiled with our first 3 games of the Kings League Americas on this Sunday afternoon evening. Yes, Johncito, muy bien. Perhaps gets a second shot at it, although muchachos are trying to defend a little more conservatively.
Don't you love how blatant a lie those little messages in sports sometimes are? Muy bien, when it was anything but muy bien, missing an open goal.
The first part was muy bien.
Oh yeah, the first one was muy bien, yeah.
Seconds before we get to the 2-minute warning. No president with penalties in this one. No secret weapons until the second half. It's been a fairly evenly played first half. However, look out for William Rojas. That's an arm shaker.
Well, we see one of the best saves I've seen in my whole life. I'm not going to say that's one of the best goals I've seen in my whole life, but it's one of the best goals I've seen in this competition.
That was a screamer, Bruno.
Give us some more angles of that.
Now, what's this one poorly timed replay? I need more.
Give me more, yeah.
The claim of a foul, it's unheard by the referee, and we could have some deja vu. He could just repeat it at this point. Given away cheaply, though. That could be a foul on Villa. It is. It's going to take us to the 2-minute warning. However, this free kick can...
Oh, it should take it.
Be taken.
No? Oh,
it
wow.
will not be taken. That's a surprise. But here we go with a roll of the die.
What will we get? We've had a lot of bimbo in the last few weeks.
A somewhat tame 5v5.
It's not the most exciting one, is it? 5v5.
Hey, 5 contra 5. 5 contra 5. Hey!
West Santos have been given the lead thanks to an excellent strike from Rojas.
All right, let's see, false start or no false start.
So far, so good.
Oh, no false start, wow.
And a really smooth first couple of touches as well for West Santos, who appear to be growing into this game nicely. Now they want to attack the middle. Setting it up right in the middle. This is a decent effort, but ultimately Miramontes gives it away. I've not heard or seen much of Tito Villa, but he doesn't need much of a window to make anything happen. That is precision personified. And, well, actually, I thought it was Villa. They're putting the camera on
I think
Vera.
it was Villa. Yeah, the camera's on Vera, but I think you're right. I think it was Villa. Yeah, there he is.
Indeed, it was Tito Villa who scores his league-leading 12th of the season, and we're right back on level terms. 2-2.
Well, he wasn't at his most incisive or at his stealthiest when they had a couple of players extra at the start of the game, but those kind of players always find a moment in games to score goals.
Look out, Daba. He's got a boot on him. He's already got a goal today. Too easy. Muchachos are back in the game. Promptly give it away. Orozco says, I'm not taking any chances. Just the one added minute in the first half.
You get the feeling Muchachos have got more players who are sort of wily old foxes, veterans that know how to churn out results, whereas West Santos have got more players that have got a bit more quality, a bit more one-on-one ability. So it's an interesting matchup between those two teams.
The old question of youth versus experience, and we don't have anything to separate the sides through 21 minutes. This is going to be the end of the half. Well, stay on your toes, because at the moment, anything can happen between Muchachos and West Santos.
Es que yo puedo hablar con los jugadores y decirles, cambien esto. Me parece que ellos estaban enojados, vinieron enojados después de lo que pasó la última fecha.
Dejected, looking at Jero Freixas, saying that his players seem a little bit angry or upset from last weekend.
El gol de ellos era offside, no lo vi, no quiero arrancar con las polémicas.
Doesn't want to go into any controversy regarding the offside given.
Estamos desconcentrados.
Here we go. Okay, he's saying that his team isn't focused.
Bien, primera cosa, hey.
Well, we were hearing for a moment. Primera cosa, first things first, and then we got nothing.
Yeah, we got some intense management here with the board, the magnets.
¿Cuánto tiempo más lo puede seguir? ¿Cuánto tiempo más lo puede seguir? ¿Tú también? Dale, lo seguimos, ¿ok? ¿Qué le agregamos? Ya siguió, ya está acá. Este lateral nada más vengas un poquito para acá y este ciérrense un poquito para acá. Los que estén de laterales para esa. ¿Sale? ¿Dónde está el partido? ¿Sale? Está en partido. Cuando la pelota viaja en que este y este lleguen antes que este. ¿Dónde está el partido? En una vez que recuperemos este que ya está acá, este llegue antes y limpiamos para el otro lado. ¿Estamos? Al
Seems
final
to be a lot of colours on that board. Don't look that straightforward.
I was going to say, at what point does it become less confusing?
I mean, I could see red player, green, yellow. Not entirely sure who was on whose team, but that's as long as the players got the gist of it.
All right, second half. Oh, happy birthday, Eric Vera. All right. What a way to start his birthday. He started with a brilliant goal to begin. Game time. And there's a claim of either a handball or an illegal first touch. I think Muchachos are going to get the ball. Indeed, yeah, Muchachos have the ball first.
Both players complaining.
Both sides still now have the use of their secret weapon, and Muchachos with a brilliant first start. The offside hand comes up on, I believe it was Vera, who might have been sneaking in behind or trying to, or perhaps it might have been Luis Mendoza. We are at the point now, though, where not only does every goal increase in significance here in the second half, but also what the two secret weapons are and when they're played will greatly impact how this one wraps. Put into the middle, and it's Orozco with an excellent stop. It was right at him. He wants the quick release. In the middle is Villa, and he's overshot. Overshot him.
I think a bit of a reluctant thumbs up there, because he didn't look too happy with that pass.
He was right there. It was prime for the taking. West Santos utilizing a long ball, looking to put it into the path of Fierro. Orozco has had to be alert thus far. Again, Villa's in the middle. This time it's a corner. Can they set up something different?
Corners have been very wasteful from Muchachos so far. There's another one.
And again, just not good enough. And this is one of the conversations we're beginning to have around Muchachos when we watch them play. That's a beautiful ball into the middle. A defense broke down, and Alfredo Fierro gets his goal. West Santos take the lead.
Well, he found the only man in the box with a yellow shirt. A brilliant pass, and just how he opened up his body to guide that ball into the back of the net. Again, you can see what we've been talking about. They've got those individual qualities in this team, which is causing a lot of damage to the Muchachos side. No offside clearly as he comes from deep, and some lazy marking there as well from this man, the number 77. Quick on the back of his shirt.
It came to him. So that forces the hand of Muchachos. They need to find a way back. They would be wise to find the feet or maybe even the head of Tito Villa, who has not seen much service today. He's in there looking like a prime number 9 target man. This is well worked again by West Santos, and this one strikes the side netting.
It was a little bit confusing for a moment, but it did seem, like it was side netting. But again, they're slicing open this defence with that quick passing, with that quality, that touch that those players have got. They're an exciting team to watch.
Again, going back to what we were talking about with Muchachos, they haven't found a way yet to break into the conversation amongst the upper echelon of the teams in this league. They've been third in the table for a while, but it does look like there's a difference because at times they've gotten stuck. They seem to be stuck again today. Is that a corner? It is not. It's a goal kick. And it's taken quickly. There's your man defending, Vera.
He's a dog in defense. I don't know if you get the sense as well, Spence, with Muchachos, that they're overly dependent or reliant on Villa. They seem to look for him in situations where he can't do a great deal. You know, that ball there to the far post, see if he can come up with anything. It's quite difficult for him to do everything on his own, especially because, as we say, he's not that young anymore. He hasn't got perhaps that energy to get a ball and get past a couple of players and create something. So I can see it being it's a tactic that they're looking for, but I'm not entirely sure that it's going to work too well for them.
No, it's a fair assessment. Again, he's the target man here, but it's a problem because they don't seem to have any runners coming in to support him in the middle.
Yeah.
And I think he needs somebody to play off of right now. It's him trying to do it all himself. You're right. Another goal from West Santos would perhaps merit their play at this stage. Muchachos just get the ball back and then don't seem to be able to do anything dangerous with it. Here they go again. Looking for a ball into the middle. Again, looking for Villa. This time it was an intervention from Daba. And it's the much preferred throw into the area. Vera, there's the man, and the header is weak.
Good leap, though.
Villa was up for it, just didn't get the right connection. Juan Martinez.
Ooh. Okay.
Now it's Luis Mendoza. Here's Villa. Again, it was 1-on-4. He was surrounded. Mendoza sees the space. West Santos making a substitution on the fly, as of course teams can do. It was a strange spot for a sub. Diego Martinez again, back post bound, just out of the reach of Juan Celada. It's wash, rinse, and repeat for Muchachos. It's pretty mundane right now. There's not a lot of creativity in it. Although they're still right in this contest because they've defended just well enough. Defense has to be their calling card. So they've scored 24 goals this season, but half of them, 12, have come from Villa. And it's time to shake up the free world.
Absolutely. Good timing. This is like those timeouts in basketball, isn't it? When things aren't going your way. This is coming from someone that consumes about 5% of the basketball you consume, Spence, but I'm guessing it's what timeouts are used for in basketball.
Everything you just said made enough sense to me.
Get me on commentary in the NBA. Come on. I'm up for it.
I mean, when you find the contact, I'm right there with you, man. Ball needs to go out of play for that secret weapon to be used, and here it will.
Okay, what have we got? They need something big here.
Well, they would prefer it to be a penalty or a penalty shootout, that's for sure, to try and get themselves back to sea level. It is going to mean that if they score in the next 4 minutes, they'll actually take the lead.
They need a bit of a helping hand to score a goal, though. I mean, we saw they can't have been given much more than they've been given in this game with three extra men at one stage? I think it was 3 extra men, wasn't it? Yeah, it was 2.
Yeah, they were 7 on 4 for a moment.
Didn't even come close. Yeah, they didn't even come close. Ooh. There's Johncito.
An angry challenge. And perhaps a not so happy Abner Rebollar. You can see Johncito was ready to give his apologies, and Abner was not so keen to receive them.
There's nothing
lost
about having that player fall on you.
No, not at all. They're already almost a full minute out of this double goal opportunity. And it might be passing them by.
Oh, I thought that maybe he'd played him onside there, but obviously not.
It was a close one. This result, again with still plenty of time to go, but the secret weapon still available for West Santos, would crunch the table even closer together. Lofted through. There's a claim for a handball, surely, but now the follow-up, which was blocked back.
Desperate defending.
Vera in a position where he too needs to defend. I believe this is going to get checked. The problem is that the clock is running.
It was close to being an obstruction as well. He was almost lying on top of the ball.
Now the clock has stopped, and only then will it start once again. They had a look, nothing doing. Vera can't even get service into the box. Just 100 seconds left on the double goal. Was that deflected? Vera's asking for it. He's sprinting over to take the corner, and he's got a point. They'll have the corner. Vera. Oh, there's just nothing there.
They keep going for that, and it's not working.
It's well defended by West Santos. Mendoza. Lugo drops it back, and Mendoza spears it high and wide.
Well, looks like it's going to be another frustrating use of the weapon here for Muchachos. Although
frustrating use of the weapon, although there's a yellow card that's come out, which might go down as a time waster, and it's the keeper, which is a bigger problem for West Santos because Daba has to go off for 2 minutes. That brings in theory, the backup keeper, Jose Rochi. Clock stops, and this is what we like, though, Bruno. We don't really want any sort of gamesmanship, just play.
Oh, yeah, cut it out straight away.
That was dangerous. Orozco had to come back and reach for it. So, man advantage. No Daba on the pitch. Can they take advantage of this extra man? Lofted in. Comes back out to the top. Vera misses it. 20 seconds left on the double goal. So it would have to come now. It will not come. And in fact, we might have another sanction to deal with. Hernandez says, who, me? And that's a big problem.
Well, this is
Now
a clinic in how not to play with extra players on the pitch.
Well, and the clock hasn't stopped either. It's still running, or it was. I'm just going to stop looking at the clock.
Yeah. We're
Because
back on
one
track,
clock
though,
is running.
in terms of being on time. So I'll take back that little dig I had at you earlier.
Save it for when we get to game 6, my friend.
It's like the secret weapon.
Which is still available for West Santos with a lead and very little time left, by the way. Someone's got to slap that button quickly.
Which suggests it could be a penalty or penalty shootout.
That would give them the chance to take a 2-goal lead with them, potentially. Unless Muchachos can come up with a response. It's good defending yet again. Poor recovery and a frustrated Villa.
Okay, there she is, the weapon.
So Daba is eligible to come back on. I don't think he will until we get that stoppage in play. That's why West Santos, I think, were waiting to use it so that they could use the stoppage to switch their keeper back too. Can Muchachos take advantage while Daba is still on the sideline? Instead, of course, you bring back an extra man in the outfield. Vera weaves infield, keeps his run going. Another shot blocked, this one from Lugo. It ricochets out, and this looks like it's where we'll see our secret weapon for West Santos.
I'm saying it's a shootout. Let's see.
It's got to be that or a penalty.
Oh,
indeed.
Yes. There he is.
We like predictions on the English side of things here, that for sure.
Oh,
so this shootout has to get taken by a member of West Santos. It looks like, I think that's Miramontes. No, it's Diego Martinez. It says goal doble, but this goal will not count for double. It counts for one, and it is a chance for West Santos to take a 2-goal lead into the final 2 minutes. Five seconds. And it's stopped by Orozco. That save is as good as a goal for Muchachos, because now a goal in extra time, or the final 2 minutes, wins it for them, or at least gives them the lead.
Well, yet again, the shootout proving to not be a certain thing. I've seen a lot of them missed, a lot of saves from goalkeepers. They got to get back into their goals on time this time. I remember last time they got caught out of those long team talks.
Yeah, well, you're right. Here we are. They've got 2 seconds before we get to the
Oh yeah, they got the countdown at least.
F1 starter. That's going to be a false start. It should be. Doesn't matter. You can almost play advantage in that sense. West Santos with the ball and the lead. And the man advantage for just a few more seconds. Full strength 7-on-7 to close out this game. The difference in the game, a goal to start the second half from Alfredo Fierro. Do Muchachos have a response in them just out of the reach of Rebollar? Orozco whips it forward. Cheche will take the throw. Get it in there. Put it into the area. Find a head. Claim of a handball. It's being claimed by both sides. The ball goes out of play. And we're going to have a quick look at this. I'm not too convinced by Cheche's asking.
He doesn't seem like he fully believes it himself.
There's nothing to suggest so far that we would be thinking otherwise, but we haven't seen a look at it ourselves. Here we go.
Right. Ooh, I saw a chest.
It's just not enough information.
No. Good pass.
Martinez tonight again. Orozco to the rescue. And Villa commits a foul, claiming he was just jumping as high as he could for his 42-year-old stature. That should be an offside unless Martinez was playing in front of the build-up. Somehow curls it in. Martinez may have just put the game away. We're going to have to look at this on replay to see if he was onside, but it doesn't take away from a brilliant quality goal that he scores.
I was expecting a cross. I was looking to see who was going to get on the end of it. Look, he's tricked everybody here. Look at how small that gap is. Oh, he's a player.
Diego Martinez, and that goal will count. And it is more pain and agony for Muchachos. Do they have a response? Yes, they do. Hold on a moment. It doesn't seem to change the demeanor of Hero Freixas, but hey, 5-4.
I was thinking he's got a bit of a delay in his connection. He'll start celebrating now, but he doesn't change at all.
It's put away by Rebollar, and especially in this league, we see that you're most vulnerable to giving up a goal right after you score one. Now Mendoza, that could be a handball. That could be a goal. Was it inside or outside of the box, though? It's being looked at. I'm thinking it was outside of the box.
It was definitely a slight lapse in concentration from the West Santos players. There was absolutely no need for that handball, if it was a handball. Oh, nothing, says the referee.
Yeah, it must have been outside of the box. So here comes the corner, headed to safety. 2 minutes of added time. We've only got about 40 seconds left. This is a look at the save after the potential handball. Final efforts for Muchachos. They've got one in this added time, but it might not be enough. That hit the ceiling. It's just about keep the ball and let good things happen from here on out. Indeed, staying on side, no rush, no problem. And that is the final whistle. West Santos survive. They get the job done against Muchachos, and this table has gotten really tight. Their victory takes them from 11th place up to a tie for 5th.
Crazy. Every team that's been lower ranked so far today, we've had 3 matches, that's 50% of the games today. Every single one has been won by the lower ranked team.
Just speaks to what we were talking about at the beginning of this broadcast, and we see the difference in demeanor. If that trend does continue, Olimpio United and Ranitza, who are up next, have something to play for because Olimpio are lower in the table, 2 points behind them.
Sí, una pena, muy triste por la derrota.
It's unfortunate. It's a sad loss today. He's not a man of many words, Freixas. At least not when things aren't going well.
La verdad, pues, vacaciones. Sí, fue un relajito, nos gustó mucho, la verdad, el partido, la pasamos bien. Que sigan practicando, que para la próxima de pronto se les da, ¿sabes? Muy bien, muchas gracias ahí.
Pleased with the performance, and indeed, they should be because they looked like the better team today.
Yeah, absolutely. And for the first time today, the team that's been lower ranked looks like the better team. In this case, they've got the better players. And for Muchachos going forward, there doesn't seem to be much of a plan B, and that's worrying for them in terms of achieving something this season.
So a victory for West Santos, and we are halfway through on this Sunday. 3 games left to go. Bruno Bergareche will be back with the next one. Coming your way next, Ranitza taking on Olimpio.
Okay, just over the halfway mark, as Spence pointed out, we're heading into the 4th game of the evening, and it's a derby, an all-Mexican affair between Olimpio United presided by Chicharito Hernandez and Raniza, who have got Alana and Barca Gamer as their two presidents. Here's the pre-game message, which, as we've been saying all evening long, don't listen to it, don't bet, because every single game has been as well. Do listen to it, of course, if you do want to. There are sponsors, I can't say that. But just make sure to be wary, because it's been absolutely impossible to predict so far this evening. 3 teams who have been lower ranked have won so far. And now we head into this 4th one, which, looking at the table, which I'm going to update, I'm going to refresh my website. Olimpia United in 10th on 6 points, whereas Raniza coming to this one right now in 6th on 8 points. So one team in mid-table, another one down towards the bottom end of the table, which means absolutely nothing. Spence does it, as we've seen from the previous games.
No, it does not mean much at all, really. What we're looking for at this point is a team who is, quote-unquote, expected to win the game, to actually go out and perform to the level that they have through the first half of the season.
Yes, Raniza, who were very impressive last week with that 7-3 win against Atlético Parceros, which brought match day 5 to an end. Olimpia United played out one of the lowest scoring games, a 1-1 draw against West Santos. Would go to the penalty shootout, and in the end they won that one. And we can see at least the people voting at home this time are going for the favourites. They're going for Raniza, overwhelming favourites, at least from what the people have been voting. Up to 77% of people expecting Alana and Barca Gamers team to win this one.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not convinced yet by what Olimpia have done so far this year. They're 10th in the table, as you mentioned, but they just haven't put together performances, I don't think, worthy of being a top 10, top 8 team in this league yet. Let's see if they can turn the corner today.
Yeah, let's see what they can do today. Raniza, I was very impressed with them last week. They've got the best goalkeeper in the division, at least in terms of saves. In that stat, no one can argue that Murga is the most outstanding goalkeeper. 38 saves so far in this championship for him, and a couple of very interesting players in Osvaldo Martinez, Jair Arias, who I've always been impressed by, and there we see him. He tends to start off the game in these one-on-ones because he's electric, he's very quick. He's up against Jacob Morales. Let's see who gets there first. Well, Jacob Morales have got there before Jair Arias. Who's that going to fall to? They're both battling away. Is that a foul on the edge of the box? Yes, says the referee. Well, Jair Arias complains, but it's almost the best outcome possible that was a free kick.
Yeah, and that's what I like to see about the one-on-one starts, is that because your first touch has to go back into your own half, it can be a problem when a moment like this occurs and you're beaten to the ball after you come up with the first touch.
Well, this is some way to start off the game. We're 7 seconds into it. A shootout for Jacob Morales. Oh, it looked like something seemed to put him off there. He was complaining to the referee halfway through his run-up. Not entirely sure what.
I think
stopwatch.
He wants he didn't see the countdown clock, which is usually right behind the goal. He didn't have it. But you know what? When technology fails you sometimes, Bruno, you've just got to go for it and use it in your head.
Yeah, and as they've always said, play to the whistle. Keep going.
Exactly.
And, that he didn't do. He stopped halfway through, and it was to his detriment, so he doesn't take advantage of that first situation, which was presented to them. Again, he does well to get away from Jair Arias. Can he score this time? Well, it's that man, Hugo Murga. Continued to pile on the stats in terms of saves. He's pulled off another one. A couple more players on the pitch now. Morales. Back heel was from Mario Osuna. Mario Osuna, he faked the shot, looking for the through ball. Jacob Morales. This time, there's no need for Hugo Murga because the tackle came in from César Romo. Ooh,
nice movement.
Footwork from Juan Jimenez. And he's got the pass as well for Mario Osuna. Still Mario Osuna. César Romo comes away with it. This could be a chance to run. Well, he might go it alone, you know, César Romo. He put the brakes on in the end. Doesn't have too much support from Jair Arias. Still César Romo on the left foot, and Juan Jimenez smothers the ball.
I need a closer look at the hair of César Romo. Is it slicked back, or am I seeing things?
Yeah, I know. I'm not entirely sure if it's a full-on gel job or...
I'm gonna need a close-up of that at some point because I'm getting real The Wolf Pulp Fiction vibes right now.
And he said he wasn't a movie buff.
That's the only movie that I know from start to front, from start to finish.
Mario Osuna gets
nicely.
Arias.
Nice.
And he scores past Hugo Murga, which isn't the easiest thing to do in the world. 1-0 Olimpo United. They've been the team who've been asking the most questions in these first 3 minutes. So I suppose it's fair to say, Spence, that it's a well-deserved lead.
Really, really well finished and a goal deserving of a lead. Now the question is, can they maintain this once we get to full strength?
Okay, Raniza, what have they got in their locker to answer that goal from Olimpo United? César Romo. Well, he fooled me, and I think he fooled his teammate there with the dummy on the shot. Here's Iñaki. César Romo making the challenge, just as Jesus Perez was looking to turn him. Still haven't seen Chicharito Hernandez. He's the president of Olimpo United. Obviously, he's still playing. He's still active with Chivas. But I'm yet to see him in that corner. Tends to be his colleague, who's not the most exuberant when it comes to celebrating. It's true. It doesn't mean it's a bad thing. I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but he's not very exuberant. He's definitely not like Castro.
I mean, I like that we have a nice mixture in this league.
Exactly. Can't all be the same.
Because you definitely have some who are more likely to rub some dirt and some salt into the wound than others, you know?
Definitely. Jair Arias, is that a foul? Yes, says the referee. The challenge from Mario Osuna. So we're at full capacity now, 7 against 7. So Osvaldo Martinez, probably the standout player in this Raniza side. He'll be taking the free kick. There goes Osvaldo, and he's dropped it. Baruch Ochoa, quickest to the rebound.
Okay.
1-1 Raniza. That was some intelligent attacking play. The only player that followed up and expected a potential mistake from Juan Jimenez.
All right, and Raniza, true to form, they will take that and their frogs with them. Yeah, you got to score those. You got to follow them up. That's just good hustle work.
Yeah, he was the only player that went up for the rebound. None of the Olimpo United defenders were pessimistic enough to, as Carlo Ancelotti says, defenders need to be pessimistic. Well, they weren't there. And Baruch Ochoa making it 1-1. Jair Arias with the interception.
sorry, Bruno, whether the team, hold on,
I think it's offside.
flag, no?
Yeah.
Whether the team lower in the table or higher in the table is the team ultimately getting the wins. One thing we've been guaranteed so far is excellent football and close games.
They're always close, aren't they? That's what's fun. It's true that that double goal situation at the end helps teams to have a hope of getting back into the game, but either way, there have been very, very few games. I think there was one last week only where you came into the last couple of minutes and almost felt like the writing was on the wall for one of them and it was all sorted. Other than that, it's never over until the end. It's incredible.
So far through this, the third, now fourth game, it stays true here too.
Iñaki Domínguez afforded some space to shoot. And Hugo Murga just making sure that he diverted that shot, wasn't looking to catch it, almost chesting it away. Mario Suna. Good turn away from Jade Arias. Oh, they're definitely firing shots at Hugo Murga, who, if this continues in this way, it's going to really boost those stats. 38 saves, as I said before this game.
Somewhat misleading as well, because it looked like from the angle that we had that perhaps that was destined for the post.
Ooh, he's been given some time there to bring down the ball. Not the best volley in the end from Marco Bueno. 3 goals so far this season for him. Yep, stealing. Baruch. Strong play. Baruch, who our colleague Dana Laukas likes to say, Baruch is on fire when he scores. I made sure not to steal that one off him. That's his copyright.
I think in his honor, we'll give it to him.
We'll give it to him. It's very Dane as well. Well, still 1-1. Approaching the 10th minute of the game. Thought that maybe that ball was an invitation for Baruch Ochoa. But they're still in possession. Juan Jimenez looks to go long. That's easy defending for beneath that. Second wave of attacks, though, coming at them. And again, well dealt with some sturdy defending from Jade Arias.
Yeah, I think the referee just needed to intervene for a moment before things got extra chippy.
Yeah, Juan Alvera saying that he got caught in the face there by a flailing up. Yeah.
Ah, come on
got a
now.
case, to be fair. I mean, yeah, there was nothing violent about it, but it was slightly out there by Jade Arias. Okay. From Mario Suna, he's got Mono on the back of his shirt. A lot of nicknames in the Kings League.
I know, I'd prefer to have as many of them as we can, because I like building up some of these players who we don't quite know or are not yet familiar with in a new way, in a way that we can recognize them even better. Oh, how about
Jade Arias! What a turn and shot! No angle. Basically, the only gap that he could squeeze it through, he found, and Ranita a 2-1 up.
Now he needs a nickname, Arias, because he's looked lively in the first 10 minutes of this game, and that's proof right there. 2-1 to Ranitsats.
Another very good goal. We've seen quite a few of them this evening. Again, that's some solid defending. Come away with it. Baruch Ochoa. Oh, he'd done everything right except for the shot. In fact, I was quite surprised the referee didn't blow his whistle there. Tackle by Osvaldo Martinez. Not entirely sure.
I'll say this too, Bruno. We have
to
this point where we're about 8 minutes from the end of the first half.
Yeah.
And the games without presidential penalties just, I don't know, it seemed to lack those 2 extra moments of drama that we could use as, if nothing else, just strategy pieces.
Yeah. I like a presidential penalty, especially if it's taken by the president, if it's not a shootout by the players. It also adds to the entertainment and the excitement, which the Kings League is all about. You see that, we saw Mercedes Roa before, kitted in not your traditional football outfit and with the boots on, taking a penalty. Yeah, I like it. It's good fun.
Yeah, agreed.
That's with the throw in there. Talking of nicknames, what nickname would you go for if you had to put one on the back of your shirt?
On the back of my shirt?
Yeah. Ooh. What would you go for? Something aggressive in your face.
Well, no, I don't. See, when I was younger,
you haven't thought about this one, have you? Okay.
I don't know. Well, growing up as a big basketball fan and always being shorter than the rest of the players that I would play around, I always got comparisons to Spud Webb. I don't know if you know who that is.
I don't know.
Former basketball player, but he was short. He was 5 feet 6 inches. So in meters, you're gonna have to do that one for me. but I'll go with Spud. I'll go with Spud.
That's original. That's original. That's a good one.
How about you?
I've thrown the question up, but I've never thought about it. I think I'd go for something so basic, like in your face. I don't know.
So
I have to think.
There was a league that lasted for a little while in American football called the XFL. It was started by Vince McMahon of the WWE, and it ran in the early 2000s. And they used to allow, the league only lasted for a couple of years, but they used to allow players to put whatever they wanted on the back of their shirts and the back of their jerseys. The first day, the opening game, the star of the game was a guy who on the back of his shirt put, "He hate me."
That's the last thing I was expecting.
He won the game MVP, and the interviewer afterwards asked him, "So why'd you put that on the back of your shirt?" And he just goes, "Because they hate me, man. They hate me."
Simple.
Simple.
It is what it is.
Motivational.
Yeah. Oh, wow, that's a good one. I'm still thinking. Like, my brain's still sort of churning over ideas of nicknames. I've got no idea what I'd go for. Something better than Meta World Peace, though, I'll tell you that.
There you go. There's a basketball reference.
Yeah, he's got some. He's got some in his locker. Oh! Morgan with the save. Well, the fact that we've been talking nicknames the last 3 minutes suggests that not a great deal has been happening on the pitch. As Ranita build from the back. Oh, comes away with it. Oh no. Not the best from Ricardo Villavicencio. Ricky Gol. There's another nickname.
That's a good one. I like that. That gives me a clear message on what his objective and potentially personality is like.
Hugo Murga with another save. Keep adding. Body check. That was like something out of the NHL. Played back, cleared behind for a corner kick by Pechu. Jorge Torres Nilo.
Did we confirm on whether or not that hair was slicked back? Because that was quite a hit.
I've not seen it.
He just took.
Definitely took a blow there. Would have knocked his hair out of place if it was gelled backwards. Ricky Gol. Ricky Gol. Nothing. No goal for Ricky Gol. Oh, look at Chicharito's mate, bottom left, just going for a walk around the block. Good interception by Bechu. Oh, Ricky Gol getting tackled himself by Jose Rodriguez. Tackles are starting to fly in now. Oh, there's a look at the hair. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, that's very Wolf-esque in Pulp Fiction.
Doesn't move out of place either, does it? Okay, bottom left. He's in a taxi now, I think. Oh no, he's walking down the street.
That's not a
far post.
Look out! Look out! Oh!
Look out for the celebration, bottom left. There we go. Yeah, as always. It's not very eager, is it? It's not very enthusiastic. It's just a little fist in the air. Nah, good on him. Good on him. 2-2.
Now that's poor defending in the end. It needed to be better. The header into the area was dangerous, but that should have been dealt with by somebody. Nobody clears it. And we're here at the 18-minute mark, 2-2.
Bueno, his fourth goal of the competition. That makes it 2-2. So we've made it to the 18th minute. We'll get the die now. Let's see what we get given. So this fan with the Barcelona shirt will be rolling the die. And he's given us a 4.
So I got a problem with the way that the die gets rolled sometimes. In that case, there was no third axis on the die. He just spun it as if it was going to land on any of the 4 sides, and the 2 numbers on the sides didn't have a chance. You know what I mean? Am I explaining myself?
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, they're out of the equation completely. Yeah. Perfect explanation.
We deserve
right,
better.
4 against 4. False start. No false start, I think. J Daddy. I was waiting for that.
Ow,
It looked like it was going to be nasty, yeah.
Ow.
It looked like an accident waiting to happen. Knee on knee. Still walking down the street, Chicharito's mate. Not entirely sure. It's all very sort of dark, and now he's sat next to something. Not entirely sure what he's up to. Oh, better look at the match, though. Here we go. Yes.
No, I'm with you. I feel like there's a police car like out in the distance.
Yeah, it's like a chase or something. It's like he's getting away from someone. I don't know. Olimpo United on the ball, coming out from the back. Juan Jimenez. No one's coming out to press him. They'll invite him into their half. Chance to shoot for Jose Rodriguez. He went back with Juan Jimenez again. If he feels confident here, he's got a chance to take one on here, to take a shot.
4-on-4 is that danger zone when you bring the keeper out, because if he gives the ball away here, or you get a rebound.
Or even that goal kick there. You see Murga was thinking about taking it quickly if he didn't sprint back. That's a lovely drop of the shoulder from your pal, Cesar Romo. Jair Arias, he was a little bit slow to execute. Final seconds. Not a great deal has happened in this 4-on-4. Hugo Murga. Again, they're inviting him forward. Will he accept the invitation? His shot is blocked by Diego Bibian. Minutes of added time. Baruch Ochoa. Cesar Romo cuts inside. Will he take it on his left foot? Yes, he does, but he can't wrap his foot around it, can't curl it, goal bound. And Olimpo United look to counter-attack through this man, Chema. Osuna running horizontally.
Nicely.
Flicks it over to Chema. Murga with the save. Oh, Arias, how calm was that defending inside the box? He's asking for a free kick. The referee gives it for a shirt tug. But either way, I think that will bring the first half to an end. Or it won't.
They're going to allow this free kick. But for what reason? That was unnecessary.
Just blow the whistle, yeah. Well, half-time, that's fair to say that those last 2 minutes were probably the most uneventful we've seen after a die roll.
It was the fault of the die roll. Add the third axis.
Well, we can't hear from Alana on the right. I wanted to hear about the police chase on the left, but I'm not entirely sure we're going to hear it either. No. No, nothing coming through, but they look a little bit happier on the right than they do on the left, that's for sure. Or not. Okay,
here we go.
Got a smile and we're going to hear from him.
Aeropuerto de Madrid.
Oh, he's... Airport? Doesn't look like an airport.
Siempre, una tortilla española. No, partido, la verdad que muy disputado. Está siendo difícil.
Okay. Well, it's just saying that it's a very tight game and that it's been difficult. I don't know. I mean, I've been at the Madrid airport so many times in my life, and I don't know.
But where's he going at 1:30 in the morning?
Yeah. Where's he going, and why is he walking down a dark alley? I've never seen that at the airport. I don't know. Questions need to be answered.
Me canso, me pongo de frente a mi marca y ahí descanso. ¿Está? ¿Dudas? ¿No?
Are we going to hear this team talk? I don't think we are, but okay, things need to change in this second half. I don't know who you feel, Spence, has been the better team, because in the previous games, for me, it's felt like it's been quite evident that there's been one team that's looked a little bit better than the other. I'm not entirely sure you can pick one over the other in this game. I don't know how you feel about it.
Yeah, these last two games, both of them I felt the same way. And we got a good finish in the end with Muchachos putting an effort forward against West Santos. But this game, like the other one, is also going to come down to something as simple as who got what secret weapon.
That can always be a deciding factor when things are very tight on the pitch. It's what happens off the pitch which can sometimes tilt the balance, as Lobo Morales has played that one off the pitch, but the referee had awarded a free kick prior to that. Can we get an angle of where this free kick is going to be taken, as Mario Osuna doesn't look too happy with Jade Arias or the referee. Juan Jimenez, who's looking to turn there. It was difficult for Marco Bueno. It was well defended by the Raniza. I was going to say the Raniza back four. Obviously not a back four. This isn't 11-a-side football, but by their defence. Here we go. 1-2.
Nicely
back
done.
to Bueno.
Oh!
You could see what he was attempting as well. He was looking for that top corner, but he is the best goalkeeper in the championship for a reason.
It should have been a goal. Marco Bueno was denied.
But that is a goal, and well, was a bit mucky. It wasn't the cleanest of goals, but they all count. Certainly was the cleanest shot from the edge of the box. But you've got to put the ball in the box when there are bodies. It can come off anybody, and that's exactly what happened. Really nice to buy themselves into the lead.
Now, how did that happen? I mean, I guess first you don't succeed, give it another go. Time to make it hurt, too. Here comes the secret weapon.
Well, I'm not entirely sure who got the final touch on that ball. I think it was this man, Marco Bueno. But that's a free kick, which means we'll get the secret weapon now into play. Once Marco Bueno gets back up on his feet. Okay, we're coming across to see what they've got in their locker. Star player. So they're going to go for, what are you saying? I'm saying Mario Osuna.
Did they just forget to play it at the beginning of the second half, or what?
Yeah. Oh, they're going for Bueno. Yeah, they must have, yeah. In fact, if they'd played it with Bueno, he scored that goal that made it 3-2.
No, he had the chance just before that. He was probably more deserving of it.
So, yeah.
Although we didn't quite get a clear look at who scored it. I think it was Salinas.
Okay. Well, they've got this free kick now through Mario Osuna. Long distance, but looks like he's going to go for it. And that came off the wall. Whilst another secret weapon is locked in.
Sounds like an angry swarm of wasps making its way into the stadium.
There they are again. Well, that corner before that ended up in the goal again was further proof of what Muchachos were doing wrong, because they played it to the edge of the box and had a shot. Things happen when you do that, whereas floating the ball into the box doesn't tend to work. As we see, they've got a shootout.
Try and get yourself back into the game. Make it 3-3. Use your secret weapon while you've got it.
Looks like it's going to be Baruch. Well, is he going to be on fire or not? Let's find out. Ooh, change of goalkeeper. So again, that tactic is coming into play. Bernardo Lugo. Or not. I saw a different name on the back of the shirt. Oh no, sorry, Carlos Valencia. No? Well, anyways. It's Baruch Ochoa taking the shootout. Oh, that's a long touch. Oh! He tricked him into it. He reeled him out of the goal. It's Jonathan Mateos in goal. But that was one way to do it, wasn't it? The long touch. Sort of.
What are you supposed to do if you're a keeper in that situation? Yeah. Come out and you're being tempted, teased, hooked in to try and stealing that ball away.
Very intelligent tactic there by Baruch Ochoa. So he's got their team back on level terms at 3-3. Daddy cleaning up at the back. And they've kept that change in the goal with Jonathan Mateos still in between the sticks instead of Juan Jimenez. Oh, that's a heavy touch. Tried to rectify, but he's played it straight to Cesar Romo.
Seems like another missed chance.
Again, that's some tough defending from Jorge Torres Nilo. Bueno. This could be costly. As Mateos was stretching. Did he get a touch onto it though? No, he didn't. Oh, and that'll be that for him.
That's the way to do it, though. I
right.
like that. Yeah, he did a decent job. But when you're taking that shot, I much prefer to see it skimmed along the ground like that, because especially with these smaller frames of the goals, it's a lot easier. Oh, wow. Nothing doing. Just conceding the corner out of a last resort.
I suppose better that than get intercepted. Well, let's see the approach here from the corner. He was looking for the far post where Baruch Ochoa was just peeling away. We'll get another chance from the other side again to be taken by Osvaldo Martinez. Oh, way too much on that one. That commentary you can hear in the background, the players can hear that. That's got to absolutely zap your confidence away when the commentator's saying "por favor" after you've just taken a terrible corner.
Oh, it can boost your confidence when you do something like that, and that was Bueno, the star player.
Star player, yeah. But it's another save from Hugo Murga. Another brilliant performance from the tall goalkeeper. He's quite lanky, Murga, but it's quite handy when it comes to those sort of shootout situations. Makes himself very big inside the goal.
Going back to your comment about the public address, doing the play-by-play, so to speak, I remember, look, you've got to deal with a lot of different factors and moving pieces and distractions when you're playing this game in this league. It's so much different to anything that any of these guys have experienced. Oh!
Yeah, I suppose he's not even listening to it. Better that than be playing Sunday League football and hearing the fan who's 2 yards away from you, insulting your mother, insulting your family. I suppose he'll take the por favor.
I remember the only other time in my life, in any obscure or non-obscure sporting event that I've seen the public address do the play-by-play was in the British Basketball League.
Oh,
that
really?
Shot's put just wide. At Surrey United. And it was just like that. The public address had no problem just describing.
Oh, really? Nice. So they're called Surrey United now?
They used to be. I don't know what that was like 8 years ago.
Okay. So yeah, so they've changed their team name quite a few times over the years.
I know that
the Guildford
you're
Heat
claiming
back in the day. That was the name.
Right. I know you're claiming to be the newest basketball savant on the list, but the British Basketball League, if you've got any knowledge to pull from that, I'm going to be thoroughly impressed.
Jade Arias almost scoring the goal for Raniza as he peeled away behind the defense, just away from Lobo Morales. Good save from Juan Jimenez.
Another acrobatic move from Arias.
Far post headed the wrong way, and this is a chance to run. Murga. Slightly unorthodox, but it did the job as it played out behind for a goal kick. Yeah, just to finish on that British Basketball League. I have zero knowledge on the British Basketball League, but I grew up in a small town in England, which was very close to where Surrey play their basketball, which, as I say, they used to be called the Guildford Heat. So that's the only reason I know of them. I have no idea what their results have been over the years, but I know they exist. That's all I can say.
Well, when I went in 2014, they were in last place, and it cost £1 to get into the recreational gym that they played their games in, where the public address did the play-by-play for you.
Oh, yeah. Brilliant. So going strong. Nice to see.
Oh,
the far post! And he struck strikes the upright as the rebound almost fell favourably to Cesar Romo, but Baruch Ochoa again is causing all kinds of problems to this Olimpo United team. They now come down the other end. What a lunging tackle there from Jorge Torres. This is starting to open up. This is what we're looking for. Jade Arias. Osvaldo Martinez. Two players into ground there for the 50-50 challenge. The rebound falling to Jade Arias.
I think there was a hand in there, but it's going the other way.
Yeah. Oh, they've switched off in defence there momentarily, and they could be punished for it. Yes, they are. Players looking at each other. No one reacts. No one runs. And Marco Bueno scores the goal. Of course, he is the star player. So now Olimpo United find themselves 5-3 up.
That is unforgivable defense. And if you're going to lose this game, at this point, you deserve it. There's no reason to be letting Bueno get in behind the defense that easily. There's no reason to be falling asleep at the back. It is a shambolic effort from Ranitsas.
I'm not entirely sure what happened there. You can see Baruch Ochoa was screaming at his players. They just suddenly stopped and started looking at each other. And it opened up a pathway for Olimpo United, who said, thank you very much. That's chipped towards the far post. Volleyed away by Mario Osuna. Well, they've used their secret weapon effectively. Baruch Ochoa. Vivian with the last-ditch defending. Chested down by Bueno. Morales. Oh, very unselfish there from Carlos Valencia. Looked to thread it back towards Diego Vivian. A couple of players who have not had that much playing time this evening.
This has become an even bigger task now for Ranitsas, almost. But giving up that double goal, it forces you to score two. It's an example of one moment and a half that hasn't had a ton of moments coming back to bite you.
Yeah, that little switch off. We'll see how costly it proves to be for Olimpo United come the end of the game in 5 minutes' time. Again, Jorge Torres Nilo. He takes absolutely no prisoners when he comes into play in those duels, and he sees a yellow card this time as he's completely gone through the back of Bueno. Well, he'll leave his team one man short for the next 2 minutes. Just a two-man wall, though. It could be on some sight to goal here for whoever is taking the free kick. It's going to be Osuna with a shot. Oh, what a save from Murga! Again in that top corner. What was that reaction? I love the reaction from Chicharito's friend.
Well, that was almost a golazo of epic proportions, and it would have brought them one step closer to victory.
Beautifully struck by Osuna, but again, Hugo Murga up to the task. Oh, that's a mistake playing out from the back. Morales, still Morales. The back heel, they're starting to enjoy themselves out there. Hugo Murga keeps it in play, but now he's got some work to do by the corner flag. Headed from long distance. Oh! One header, then another. Marco Bueno with a goal that you'll probably never see again in your life. And it's 6-3 to Olimpo United.
Well, it's a shame that the star player double goal element doesn't stay true for the entire half. Once you score the goal, you're not eligible to do so anymore, but he will take everything that he has earned today, and this is our first game out of 4 today, Bruno, that looks like a runaway.
It does, unless if Ranita can get a goal in the next couple of seconds before that double goal value period. Long distance shot from Mario Osuna, who's got a powerful cannon in that right foot. Let's see what kind of reaction Ranita can come up with. They've definitely felt the effects of not having their best defender on the pitch in Jorge Torres. No free kick, says the referee. That time it was a foul by Marco Bueno, the goal scorer, and Axel Martinez. Will he give them enough time to take this free kick? Last time the clock ran down here and we reached 48, he didn't allow them to take the free kick. Well, there you go. That's exactly what Osvaldo Martinez is complaining about. They took about 20 seconds to go back and set up the wall, and he's been left without the opportunity to take a free kick.
Yeah, it doesn't seem particularly fair, does it?
Not at all, no.
And then again, fair doesn't always tell the whole story.
He's had a job on his hands today. He's refereed every single match.
¿Cómo defendemos? 3-2 y luego vamos otra vez los que iniciaron. Vamos a meter un gol y lo vamos a empatar. Paciencia, no se desespere. ¿Ok? Hay que ir a buscarlos mano a mano.
So some confident chat there from Severo Meza, the manager of Ranita, saying that we're going to bring this game level, although that's actually impossible given that every goal is worth double now, so they can either get to 5 or to 7.
Careful now.
Vidarius again putting his leg on the line. Ooh, slightly into no man's land, but this is well played out by Olimpo United. Carlos Valencia. Bueno, Valencia will fall into the hands of Murga. They need a goal quickly, Ranita.
And they could make it interesting, but it just hasn't looked right for them today.
Well, they're going to have to take some chances here.
So does that mean, indeed, Bruno, 4 games, 4 lower-seeded teams? Unbelievable.
It is, isn't it? What I was saying about the sporting bets. I was just not saying not to bet, obviously. I was saying don't recommend putting your money on the line. Baruko Chowan! Hold on! He's single-handedly keeping his team alive, and this is going to be a tense final 40 seconds plus whatever you get given with added time.
We're not done yet, and that was sheer strength, will, determination, and perseverance, and here we go.
And they've hit it into the ceiling, so they've given the ball straight back to Ranita. A lot of teams almost crumble in 5 minutes. One team attempts to completely turn the tide, although that will slightly take the sting out of it as the ball is played out of play. Okay, Ricky Ol. Almost didn't seem in control of that ball at any stage. Teed up to Osvaldo on the edge of the box.
Oh, how to control it.
Disappointing touch from Ricardo Villavicencio.
If his name had been Ricky Touch, it might have been different.
Good challenge from Cesar Romo, who had to recover there after Lobo Morales had turned him. That'll do for Olimpo United. Playing down the clock in that corner. Towards the far post. Powerful header, or at least a powerful leap, came from Bibian. And they've given it against Olimpo United. They weren't too happy about that. Cleared. Only as far as Jade Arias. Oh, he looks for the long distance shot. That was very difficult. Especially given the fact that he went for placement over power. Jimenez throws it long. Bueno up against Torres. Well, that's exactly what he was looking for. The foul from Osvaldo Martinez was clumsy. Yellow card as well. Doesn't really matter with 6 seconds left in the game.
No, that can just be carried over into the next contest.
Oh yeah. Woo. Nasty.
And Bueno has taken a beating in this game.
Well, he took a stamp right down the back of his calf there, which understandably he's not too happy about.
This should realistically be a situation where ball comes in back into play and the referee blows the final whistle. Oh, this could be a red card too.
I think it will be. Well, I mean, this in slow motion is going to look terrible.
I don't think we need any other replays. Let's just move on.
That is an appalling tackle.
He doesn't play the ball. Well, you don't say.
I love that he's got his hands on his hips and he's still looking at it. Do you want another angle?
But my friend, what else do we need to know?
Look at that. Is he honestly waiting for another angle?
Referee, my friend, we've got a schedule to keep here. Please send this player off so we can continue.
Where does he want him to hit him? On the back. All right, here we go. Red card. 100%. Yep. See you later, Osvaldo. Well, Osvaldo Martinez. Naughty. Well, as we say, that will run over into the next game for Raniza. And I suppose we'll just take this free kick and get the final whistle. Ya se acabó! Screaming. Game is over.
Game's over.
I mean,
That's it.
I was going to say, the only thing we can get from playing on in that corner is more red cards. So he does everybody a favour by blowing the final whistle. Olimpo United come away with the win. I think Marco Bueno and that secret weapon, Spence, proving decisive.
Yeah, the secret weapon in this case was indeed the difference. And let's see if we can hear either of these two presidents.
Bueno, bendito el retraso del vuelo que ha sido de 3 horas. No me esperaba tener que hacer el directo aquí en el aeropuerto, pero vamos, todo muy bien, ante un gran equipo, he de decir todo, y creo que la figura de Marco Bueno ha sido determinante.
Yeah, well, that's exactly what the chairman said that Marco Bueno was decisive in this game. He also claimed that he had a 3-hour delay, which makes you think if he hadn't had that 3-hour delay, who would have been in that corner? Probably nobody for Olimpo United. Well, we can't hear from Alana, but she watches the whole game standing up, as does her two pals in that corner. She doesn't look too happy, does she?
I was going to say, it's a frustrating result for Ranitsas because they started this game well. Olimpo looked pretty sluggish out of the gate, but this is what's happening today. In fact, you're saying you're not a betting man, Bruno, but at this point, with 2 games left, the teams lower in the table give them a pretty good look.
Yeah. Yeah, they're looking like the safer decision as both of those presidents wave goodbye. We've got the stats on the screen, as Paul Giblin says. He doesn't believe in expected goals, but Olimpo United win this one 6-5. So on the table, that leaves them with 9 points. Got our MVP, who we can't hear from, which is, of course, Marco Bueno. But I think we're just going to take a breather for a couple of minutes. And when we come back, it's Los Chamos against Persas, with Spence leading the way.
Se nos viene partido calientito, tenemos Los Chamos en contra de Persas, duelo sudamericano, que es sinónimo de intensidad y mucha garra. ¿Quién crees que ganará, Manu?
Bueno, yo no lo sé, pero en Sportium.com puedes recibir una apuesta gratis con el código KINGS. Ingresa a la casa de apuestas oficial de la Kings League Santander.
Well, we are just about ready for matchup number 5 on the night as we begin to see the light at the end of the tunnel with 2 games left to play, and how that light will look compared to where we were before the start of match day 6. It is match day 6 here. We've got Los Chamos and Persas doing battle in the fifth and final game between teams who are not 1 and 2 in the table. We've got an excellent game to wrap it up, which is the top 2 teams in this competition taking on one another. But first, the warm-up, the undercard, if you will, Los Chamos and Persas. For table purposes, Los Chamos come into this game just slightly ahead of Persas. 6 points in the table for Los Chamos, 5 points for Persas, who have now, because of the other results around them, have found themselves in last place, and Los Chamos could be outside of the top 10 looking in if they fall to Persas today. So a lot of differences going on. We've got to look here at the couple of presidents.
Claro que sí, va a haber chocolate. Ahí está Tony, está Guti, y está todo el equipo listo.
Los Chamos, the Venezuelan side, against the likes of Persas from Perú. Sí,
y pues
Andy
nada, un
Merino.
partido tal vez reñido, no me imagino un 7-0. Siento que va a estar parejo. Y pues nada, saluditos a Sein que está ahí, que me cae muy bien.
Wow, some friendly comments between the presidents, which we're not always used to hearing before the game.
Extremely.
Normally it's
extremely friendly.
Yeah, normally it's taking the mickey, but he said that they're good pals.
Now, Persas are coming off of their best performance of the season. Can they continue that? A 5-3 victory over Peluche. Meanwhile, it was Los Chamos who lost 5-3 to Galacticos last weekend. So let's see who can come out on top in a matchup of 2 teams looking to make their mark inside the top 10.
What I will say, Spence, is that Persas game last week involved probably the most impressive individual display I've seen in Kings League Spain or Americas so far this season, and it was Tony Alvarado, number 86 for Persas, left-footed centre forward. He was absolutely incredible, and let's see if he can keep that kind of form up today.
The 2 sides exchange pleasantries for the time being. There are your looks at these 2 teams essentially having pretty much the same secret weapons so far this season. Nobody's gotten a penalty yet. The pressure is on to stay inside the top 10 at this point. We will start 1v1 with a keeper. Line it up and let her rip. Luis Gonzalez on Persas' side prepares for the sprint, and it looks like he's going to get there first. Indeed, there goes the first touch, and Luis Gonzalez will have his first run. Likes it on his left foot, but misses the target.
Luis Nava in goal for Los Chamos. I felt like he left him a bit of a gap there. Yeah, sorry, Spence. I just felt like he left quite a bit of a goal gaping if he got that shot on target.
Now we're on to the other side. Jairo Tapie, and that is a weak effort on goal, and it also provides an extra 30 seconds or so of possession for Gonzalez. Effort is pushed wide, and that's going to do it. We'll get to the 3v3, which will allow Nava to come out of his post. Where do Los Chamos set up with the help of Alain Villanueva? Here he is spread wide on the near side. Nava gives it up. Jairo back to him. No rush for Los Chamos, taking their time.
Oh, no.
And that's an unforgivable mistake, an offside, which only begins at the build-up line at the top of the penalty area.
Yeah, that was lazy from Jairo,
to say the least. So can
keeper
Persas take advantage? Instead, they will go towards the near post, and Luis Gonzalez slips it home for Persas, who take an early lead.
Well, that was how to play the one-man advantage. At the goalkeeper down the other end, distracting the number 7 there, Villanueva. He had to keep an eye on the defender, so that opened up the one-on-one situation for Persas, and a very good finish.
Is there an early response for Los Chamos? Again, out comes the keeper in the 4v4, which I'm going to continue to say I'm just not a big fan of. The shot, though, is wide from Giancarlo Maldonado.
Another good player.
He's got a bit of Johncito in him.
Yeah. Well,
coming the other way. A necessary save out of the Los Chamos keeper, Nava. Once you get to 5-on-5, the keepers typically tend to stay in their posts. Act as more of a safety net than anything else. Slipped forward if he stayed on side. Gian did not appear to do so.
No, and I think he needs every yard he can get as well. You can understand why he tries to get that advantage playing on the limit, because he hasn't maybe got the pace that he used to have back in the day.
And again, Villanueva with a no-look back heel, and it's whipped across the face, bobbled for a moment by the keeper Antonio Monterde. He's able to collect it. See at the top of your screen, you'll notice that Persas will have a sanction applied in about 10 seconds time.
How many people have got sanctions this week?
Almost too many to count. That sanction begins now. Persas take the free kick. It's whipped in by Alvarado, the man who was, as you mentioned, has already won the MVP award once this year. Here he is. Don't think he kept it in though. The clock has stopped for the sanction because I don't believe it had been put into place yet.
Clock issues again. Oh, they got this one sorted quickly though. Fair play.
So Los Chamos have the 7-on-6. This is Villanueva. Now facilitated by Eric Samano. Again, Samano. Right hand side, Villanueva has his angle blocked off. Diego Franco tried to sneak it into Gian. And we see this once we get to 7-on-7, or in this case 7-on-6, it just gets a little more difficult to find that open space. Part of the problem for Los Chamos early in the season, because of where they're at in the table, you have to look at some of the problems that they've faced. One is that they've been all bark, very little bite in terms of their attack. They just don't have it put together quickly the way that some of the other teams do. Only 16 goals scored so far this year. That is lower than every team except one. And that one team is Persas. And that's a long-winded way of me telling you that these are the two lowest scoring teams in the league. Hopefully, we get more quality than we might expect.
Yeah, you might have counter-jinxed it, which is the oldest trick in the book, saying there aren't going to be many goals, they don't score many goals, so hopefully you've done the counter-jinx and we get the complete opposite.
Oh, we haven't really influenced much out on the pitches, not as much as we normally do. We usually have a lot of influence on what goes on over there.
Of course. Got to give ourselves the importance, you know, that we have all these miles away from Mexico.
Tete Diaz is checking himself for blood. There is nothing there. Nice hold-up play and a good effort by the man Alvarado, who I think had his shot deflected.
He does that very well. Holding off the defender, and turning and shooting quickly. Very difficult to defend.
This is how you take a corner. This is exactly how you do it. Work it around. Don't try to just whip it into the area. That's the effort from Alvarado. Brushed in. Far too close to the Persas keeper, Monterde. Los Chamos have been happy to sit back, and that's part of the problem right now. Persas sliding forward again, and to the rescue comes Luis Nava.
Perdió, ganó limpio. Ganó limpio. Sí, te escucho.
Villanueva.
Pretty bland efforts going on right now.
Yeah, I was just going to say exactly that, Bruno.
Mira, nos metieron el gol porque bueno, estábamos
el
2 contra 2, pero ya que entraron todos ya lo veo un poco más parejo. Ahorita sí viene la remontada, confíen, va a meter el gol Maldonado. No, ya estoy acostumbrado a estar perdiendo al principio.
Saying that they're accustomed to losing early in games, and well, for good reason. That has been the case. Persas, who had just 9 goals in 5 games, the lowest among the 12 teams, have 2 goals in 10 minutes, and this time it is that man yet again, Luis Gonzalez, 2-0.
What a way to regain his composure after slipping. Makes the tackle on the ground and then puts it away. I like that nodded the head down by, it was Alvarado who flicked it on in his path. There was nice link-up play between the two of them.
You score 1 and you start to feel good about yourself, and Nava has to come in with another big save. They are gaining in confidence.
Es parte de la celebración. Mira, tenemos acá el humo, tengo todo listo.
Sí, a mí no me gusta lo fácil.
Slipped in. Ooh, it was flicked on by Gonzalez, looking for his hat trick. It's a less than ideal start for Los Chamos, who are not feeling good about how this game has begun, and it looks like it could only get uglier as the night goes along. They need to find something. They're going to get a foul, the benefit of a call. Not a whole lot in that, but Los Chamos will certainly take it.
It was soft, and Giancarlo Maldonado last week scored a late goal or a free kick from a very tight angle. He's got a good shot on him, so he could be a serious threat here.
That is the shot from Giancarlo, and it's right into the makeshift wall. Onto the right-hand side, that one just trickled out of play. Another poor bit of control, this time from Villanueva. Where's the support? It hasn't arrived yet for Alvarado, and he doesn't need it. He does it all himself. Oh, and how did that not go down? It needed to be a goal. Alvarado needed to be rewarded for his brilliant individual effort. And I think it might have been Miranda who just missed the target, which you can't do in that situation.
He had the whole goal open to the other side, and he went to the near post. But that from Alvarado. God, saying last week is is the most impressive display I've seen in the Kings League. Such a good football player.
And Los Chamos get it back with Giancarlo Maldonado, which was the goal that they predicted would happen, although I think it might be ruled out for an offside. How quickly their facial expressions may change.
I think they've looked at it already. The referee seemed pretty convinced about his decision there.
And there were others on the sideline and on the pitch as well who seemed to already know that he was not in a legal position, and that helps Persas maintain their 2-goal advantage.
It's bloody good, Alvarado. I know I've been banging on about him, but he's so impressive.
Got past one. Los Chamos need something. Villanueva. The shot is on. It's saved initially, but this time Giancarlo follows it up with the goal. The prophecy hath been fulfilled, and the deficit is cut in half.
He always finds a way to score, Giancarlo Maldonado. Before it was cancelled because he was offside, but he gets himself in those positions. He's clearly been a professional. He understands where the ball can drop, where the danger is.
Well, they still have work to do, but that'll make them feel good about themselves in this half just to be on the board. And we do have 3 goals thus far. Do Persas have a 4th on the turn? The shot from Brian Gutierrez is high and wide. Crowd starting to push their way into it. There's good support for all 12 teams in this league. It does feel like sometimes some of the Mexican teams get a little added push.
Understandably.
Since we're in Mexico City, no?
Yeah.
This, though, is a matchup.
For the team, yeah, no. I was just saying it's more difficult than in Spain, isn't it? Because you've got teams here from all over the place. Dominican Republic, Colombia, Peru, Chile.
Yeah, for that reason, here you have Los Chamos from Venezuela against the Peruvian Persas. Just under a minute left in the first half before we get to the roll of the die. Despite conceding most recently, Persas are still in control.
Oh,
that was dangerous.
It doesn't look like someone who'd be capable of pulling that off, but there it is.
Effort from distance is stopped, but there is a rebound follow-up and a necessary save again from Nava, who denies Gutierrez after spilling the first shot rebound. Wow, look at that. This ball's got to go in play, and it's got to go on target. It will not, and so that'll do it for the first 18 minutes. Let's roll the die. Let's get a proper roll this time, please. I'd like to see it. Don't spin it on one axis. See, that 5 there needs to be at least a possibility. I'm not asking for 5, but it needs to be. There we go. That'll work.
There we go.
And we are rewarded for those efforts. 1v1 football.
Yes. Oh, we're also going to get, I presume, Giancarlo Maldonado. So one very powerful shot on one end. Don't know who they'll go for on the other end. Alvarado obviously is the best all-round player, but don't know if they'll go for him in terms of the shot. But I'd imagine they'll go for Giancarlo Maldonado, although I was thinking maybe he's not too acrobatic in goal to try and defend them.
Well, he's not starting, that's for sure. It does always depend. You might want to get your runner out there to go get the ball.
Yeah.
Los Chamos could use first possession here, and they're not even going to go for it, actually. They're just going to sit back and defend this.
All yours. He's come on for the sprint. He's going to give it to... Oh, they're going for the goalkeeper.
Interesting choice here. This is Monterde, who has trained for this.
Oh.
He lets it go, and now he is allowed to use his hands. And that changes the game dramatically. Because if you're not allowed to use your hands from the shot here, from the circle, it's a lot tougher to stop. Oh, it's a big stop. And he's going to go for goal from distance, and he is going to score it.
Yeah.
That is a golazo.
End to end. Yeah, they're getting rid of Jairo. Jairo was in a one-on-one last week, and he got absolutely destroyed by the other player. And again here, his record isn't the best. This is the man that I wanted to see, Giancarlo Maldonado. Let's see.
And he's denied.
Yeah, I was going to say, go down, because that's got to hurt.
That's a painful stop from Monterde, who had to stop it with his head. I misspoke, by the way. Indeed, it doesn't matter if you are the keeper or an outfield player. In 1v1, you have to stop it with something other than your arms and hands. And obviously, Monterde used his noggin.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure if he had his hands as an option, he would not have gone for the head there.
Or the initial stop that he made with his legs and then hopped up right away and scored from the other side of town.
Oh, they left Maldonado in goal. Let's see. That was a waste because I think anything a little bit to either side of him, he's not going to save it.
Oh! Precision personified.
Literalmente es Dios.
Literally God. They come right back the other way, and be careful. He does have time for another one. Los Chamos, who were down and out heading into this first half extra time, potentially, missed their chance.
Oh, he's got to run back now.
That's a somewhat poor decision, though, giving away the extra shot attempt that they now have to defend.
Let's see if he controls this one a little bit more. It looks like he's going to, because the one before this, the ball was rolling away from him, and he almost had to run up to it, not really under control. This is more like it here. He'll get a better shot off here. Oh no, right?
It's not a good enough shot, and that is it for the first half of action. And despite the fact that Persas started much better, Los Chamos came back with an excellent goal. It is 3-2.
Confío plenamente en mi equipo, claro que sí.
Well, Los Chamos, he has absolute faith, confidence in his team and their possibilities of turning this around. Let's see.
El cacao, el chocolate.
Down the other end. Again, one of those inside jokes which we're not entirely sure what is being said, but okay, he's saying that he wants a double goal as a secret weapon.
Maldonado 100%.
Sí. And Maldonado to be the player to score the double goal.
Yeah, it's one thing when you're watching it from home. If you're the team president, you want to know what that secret weapon is, but you won't know until everybody else does.
Yeah, until it's unveiled.
chance de cambiar y tú atrás estás ahí bien, adelante tú y Tony atrás.
No, que Tony se vaya ya, es que quedamos así porque Tony...
Tony, quédate tú más en punta ahora. Deja que baje Menón y quédate ahí, alárgalo. Dale.
Some second half changes on the horizon for both teams, including Persas, who seem to be pretty confident in the way they're going about their business tonight. The ball will drop from the heavens, and we will have 20 more minutes to try and figure out if the fifth team lower in the table can get a win. Here we go. And that's the man that we had highlighted at the beginning, Tony Alvarado, who has sent a couple of shots high so far.
Again, a handful there on the turn. He's forced a corner kick straight at the start of the second half. Oh.
Again, let's remind you of what's at stake for both of these teams. The penultimate game of the night, with Los Chamos in 10th in the table, Persas 12th in the table, both of whom can climb a whole host of teams who are in front of them. Los Chamos can pull into, temporarily, a four-way tie for fourth place if they get a victory. It's still Tony Alvarado who wants to turn the corner. He's not able to. It ends up as a corner. Persas, on the other hand, if they get a victory, they'd be tied with two other teams for seventh place, along with West Santos and Ranitza. Seems like part of the objective for Persas to start the second half at least is to slow down the game a little bit.
Yeah, all 2 minutes of the second half have been played down this end, which is good for them. And they'll keep it there now with that corner as well.
Top of the box. Rafael Cid got it stuck on his feet, managed to get rid of it, but I think this is a second half that will require the proper use of a secret weapon. Ends up as a corner. Still Los Chamos down. They're getting direction from their manager, Gabriel Sichero. It's more like it out of the corner, trying to set up something unique. It's worked out so far. Eric Samano. Dangerous back pass, and remember, you pass it back like that, the ball is just much more likely to hit the ceiling at some point.
Yeah, especially there, the goalie wanted none of it. It wasn't the most inviting pass to him. Oh.
Here's a chance, and the shot is Saved yet again,
nice.
and now we go the other way. It's a little bit of a 2-on-2. Brian Gutierrez! No end product. Tried to drop it off for Gonzalez. Chance gone to the wayside.
Did so well in the build-up and the one-on-one, but it took way too long to pass it to Luis Gonzalez.
Ooh. Still chances there. Villanueva wins it back. There was space in the middle for just a moment. Christopher Ayala is dispossessed. And he's claiming that he didn't commit a foul, but I think we all saw what had just occurred. Even though the contact was rather innocuous, it did result in a body on the floor. Alvarado has eyes for goal, goes for goal, had to curl it a long way, and it was always going to be difficult.
Yeah, going for a curler from that distance, 7-a-side goals with these goalkeepers, that's almost impossible.
Good luck, I would say.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's an offside. Against Asdrubal Arcos, and it will be the team in front using their secret weapon first. See what Persas opt to do here, or if they can get a goal beforehand. It was a chance. With the ball going out of play, we'll now get our opportunity to see what Persas decide.
It would have been the perfect crime if they'd scored there just before they got to use their weapon here.
It is a penalty shootout for Persas, looking to double their lead. We've seen a couple of these saved already. We've seen a couple of other individual efforts that have merited the goals that they scored. For Persas, this one falls on the shoulders of Brian Gutierrez. Guti on the back of his shirt. Heavy first touch, a second, a third. He could not get around the keeper without Nava getting a touch to it, and that's all you need as a keeper is to touch it. You do that before the motion towards the goal, the shot towards the goal is made, and that's it.
Took very, very long here. He was so close to the goalkeeper when he decided to take it round him.
Of course, if you're taking a shot and it deflects off of the keeper's arms or any other body part and then goes into the back of the net, that's one thing. But in the penalty shootout, it's a little bit different.
Well, they're complaining
I was going to say,
yeah, the clock's still running. It's been a recurring theme this evening.
the clock is a universal entity for everybody because we've seen the clock start and stop just pretty much whenever it feels like it tonight. It was running. It's now stopped. It would be more fitting if for the next 20 seconds it just didn't run.
That's an interesting one there. It ends up being a throw-in to Persas down the other end.
Well, they've got the ball, but they have a slim lead that they can try to improve upon. Better defending from Nava. Nava has kept Los Chamos afloat. Just a little bit lazy from Persas at the back. I believe this foul is going to be given against Los Chamos, especially with a player staying down, Rafael Cid, I believe that is. Yeah. Took a hard fall. Searching for the equalizer. They're running out of time, Los Chamos. They've only got about 10 minutes left. They do have their secret weapon that they have yet to deploy.
They've got to get Maldonado involved.
Nicely done. A flick back 1-2, and the ball just trickles across the area. It's finally cleared, although not before we are at least hearing a mild ask for a handball. Got a good look at that man that we spoke of. The chances given away. Not a whole lot that Los Chamos can do right now. I think they are overdue for their secret weapon. Can Persas make them pay? Gutierrez, nice layoff. Here's the shot. Oh, and it's blocked by Martin Pureco, excuse me.
Great little run there by Rudi.
Not forcing Nava into a save. Happy to just see it out of harm's way. And now we come the other way, and this is a chance looking for the chip. Eric Samano went for everything that he had. The amount of time that's left, I was going to say, that was my moment to say they've got to play it at some point soon. You would think this is going to be some kind of 4-minute deal, whether it's a double goal or a sanction for the other team.
Oh, nice.
Nicely done by Villanueva, but his teammates let him down, and here comes that secret weapon. What's it going to be?
Okay.
There you go. 4 minutes of a sanction. If they were wise, they would get Luis Gonzalez off the pitch, who's got 2 goals for Persas already today.
4-minute ban for Alvarado.
Oh, that's not a bad option either. Just to take Alvarado off the pitch. They have another chance at it, 7-on-6. They've got 7 minutes and change to make it happen. Of course, with goals counting double once we get past the 38-minute mark, any goal for them then would win the game.
Very few teams capitalize on one-man, two-man advantages in the Kings League. Let's see if they can do it, though.
It's a weak effort in the end from Villanueva. Put himself into the right position. Good hold-up play. Gutierrez again wants to take it towards the corner. For better or worse, Bruno, that's one of the things that's great about not having fully professional players is that moment right there for Gutierrez to try and hold on to the ball for just a second. There's an effort from Samano.
Yeah, you see more human decisions and executions, which means that sometimes it's a little bit more open and, well, it helps to that unpredictability, which we love so much.
Indeed to say that a lot of what some of the professionals do is, at least on the surface, appears anything but human. There's a claim of a foul, although the assistant was right there to have a look, and I'd be very surprised to see that upon review would be given. It is going to be checked.
I think he goes down on his own. Oh, nice little burn there.
Ooh, and that's, a nasty one.
Those are the ones that get stuck onto the bed sheets afterwards.
Are you speaking from experience?
Oh, I mean, I'm speaking from, I can tell you, from last week. Got one of those on my leg. Terrible.
Were you brought on as one of the superstars?
Oh yeah, wearing a mask and everything. My day will come.
That I do believe. This has stopped the clock, by the way. It's an injury that will keep Alvarado as the sanctioned player for just about another 2 minutes. Last second efforts for Los Chamos. We were waiting for the crowd to wake up a little bit.
There we go.
They provided some of the animation. They're usually very good here in Mexico City. This free kick is lobbed up towards the back, and Rafael Cid is denied by Nava. A big-time save.
They have the extra man on the pitch, Los Chamos, and still one man managed to find himself completely unmarked at the far post.
That's Swiss cheese defending from Los Chamos. Just 2 minutes, and the goals count as double. Los Chamos with a goal now would take us into a golden goal scenario for the remainder of the game. But if they don't score, then they can just go ahead and win it with the next goal anyway. Of course, Persas can essentially put the game away if they find one on the counterattack. They just don't quite look likely to do so. Mentioned 9 goals in 5 games. They've got 3, though, here in their 6th game of the season.
Yep. Oh, I thought he was through there.
It's not quite happening. We're at 37 minutes and a full strength recap for Persas. And that secret weapon goes to the wayside, nothing doing from it. Good control from Samano. Essentially into now or never territory for Los Chamos, and their season is on the brink now. Might as well get a shot away, although it doesn't look like it's going to shoot. So you got to at least give it an effort.
Oh, yeah, I hate it when they don't.
Well, that's one of the contentious points in whether it's the NBA or college basketball as well. See, the difference is your shooting percentages here in football are just not as important. However, in basketball, sometimes players don't shoot at the end of quarters or halves because they don't want to ruin their percentage.
I heard this. Dane told me about this, and I had no idea. And it's fascinating as well because it's a completely alien or different understanding of what is of how a sport functions to what I'm used to. You know, people are so or there's so much importance on a shooting percentage or on your stats, and I find it fascinating because obviously in football that's something that doesn't exist really.
Yeah, it's more to do with trying to get a proper contract. Hey, we have a false start. What a surprise.
Yeah, it'd been a while since we had one.
Yeah, that just has to do with being able to show prospective employers, so to speak, or other teams, hey, I shoot this percentage, so I deserve this amount of money. Although, to me, that's, you can always put the caveat in there that 10 of those shots were from beyond half court, and I didn't make any of them. So get rid of those 10, and let's move on from there.
Yeah.
Meanwhile,
yeah, exactly.
This is
that's dangerous.
Now a situation where the game can be put away with 1 goal from Persas, and Nava did just enough. This is the high drama that we're in here with Chamos and Persas. A goal for Chamos wins it. A goal for Persas, well, essentially wins it for them too. They've already got it won, though, if the result ends like this. Christopher Ayala, Eric Samano. Threw it out of harm's way, but not far enough. The shot from distance from Ayala is blocked. And Los Chamos try again. They recognize that their moment in the season has come today as a day of reckoning. Ayala, did he win a corner?
No.
Goal kick. Three full added minutes. That's a hefty total. Still time then for Los Chamos to come up with an unexpected winner, it has to be said at this point. Have we had a goal in the second half? I don't think so. No. We have not.
That's surprising, that. It's been a very quiet second half. Oh.
Take it to the top of the area. There's one save. Can he make a second? It's blocked by Samano. The shot from Gonzalez looking for his hat trick. But Los Chamos have it back, and they've got 2 minutes to find what would be a winner.
He's looking for the foul.
The man of the hour. Yeah, indeed. And it's a turnover now, which allows Persas a chance to put it away, which they can't do.
No, he hasn't.
Alvarado missed it. And there is still life for Los Chamos to win this game. It's got to come quickly, though. Inside of 80 seconds, there was a coming together. Ayala was in the mix. It has to get looked at.
Yeah, he's saying what you were saying, Spence, just the coming together, but I felt there was a case there to look at that.
And the VAR has had its say. Final minute. Everybody forward. And another foul, which means another free kick.
Oh, no, that's okay.
This might be the last kick of the game. Last chance saloon. Giancarlo Maldonado has the 2 goals today for Los Chamos. Maldonado going for goal right into the wall, and it's ricocheted right back off of that very same wall. And we're at the 3 added minutes. Persas need to get the ball in, and the referee from there will take matters into his own hands. Los Chamos fall, Persas win, and that is the first result of the day that didn't have any second half drama. Even though it stayed within a goal, it is the 5th time out of 5 that the team lower in the table has won.
This is the tightest table you'll ever see in your life. It's incredible.
Well, Bruno, we have 1 game left, and technically speaking, if we're going according to points, between Peluche and Titan, nobody is below the other side in the table. Let's listen in on the post-game thoughts here.
Again, saying that there's no beef.
Aquí no hay beef.
That we're good pals, we've got a good relationship, and just the classic pleasantries, well played, etc.
Más amargo todavía, pero bueno, hay que seguir trabajando y pues nada, otro fin de semana triste.
Continue working, and another sad weekend. That's pretty heartbreaking to hear.
Ahí sí hay que ponerse las pilas. Así es.
We need to turn things around. We need to start working. We need to roll our sleeves up, whatever cliche you want to use.
Ah, sí fue Maldonado que rompió la pantalla. yo dije, fue Maldonado, pero sin saber,
I'm saying that one of the screens has been broken by shots.
Bueno, ahí después vemos, ahí después cuadramos cuánto tengo que pagar.
And it's just saying how much he's going to have to pay for it. Well, that's that.
Dicen que sí, que fue Maldonado el que rompió la pantalla de Gatorade. No, de un balonazo. Dice, no sé.
Okay, let's head into this final game of the evening. Match day 6, first against second. You couldn't ask for a lot more to finish off this round of games, with Peluche Caligari on 12 points, 4 wins out of 5, taking on Real Titan, 12 points, 4 wins out of 5. In fact, Peluche Caligari were undefeated heading into last week, but they were surprised by Persas. They were stunned by the team who, until a couple of minutes ago, were last in the table, although they've flown up to 9th place on 8 points. That's how tight everything is. From 9th to 1st, there are only 4 points in it, so almost impossible to predict what happens every evening in the Kings League. We can see that the Real Titan players are now making their way also onto the pitch. They've got one of the best players in this competition in Fran Hernandez. No one's had more MVPs, 9 goals to his name. He'll be the player to look out for Peluche Caligari, who have got a fair few of their own weapons up their sleeves. Spence, coming into this last one, we've talked about the fans making noise in the stands. Well, Peluche Caligari with the Montiel brothers generally have the best support and the biggest following, as they are at home, they are in Mexico, they're hugely popular, those two brothers, so we should expect a lot of noise to come from the stands in this final game.
Well, there you go, and that's actually coming from the Real Titan side.
Yeah.
But to your point, this is going to be a highly anticipated, high-octane finish. And I'll say this, yes, it helps that the fact that we're in Mexico City and that they're a Mexican-based team helps. However, when you score 28 goals in 5 games, you have more goals than any other team in the competition. You are going to be the fan favorite, because what do fans like? They like golazos. Let's give them some golazos. Let's see, this is the unstoppable force against the immovable object. 28 goals for Peluche, more than any other team in the competition. 11 goals conceded for Real Titan. That's the lowest among all 12 teams. Who gives in the final game of the night?
Yes, 16 goals scored by Real Titan, 9 of those by Fran Hernandez. So that goes to show a little bit just how important he is in this team. If you want to flip the coin and look at it in another way, it could perhaps be slightly negative in the sense that they are very dependent on the Spanish playmaker. But how about those votes coming in on who the fans think they'll win? I don't know if it's who they think they'll win or who they want to win, with 100% of the votes for Peluche Caligari, as we see the secret weapons coming out for Angel Reina, manager of Peluche Caligari, and Paul Font, manager for Real Titan. A lot of noise, as you say, for the Chilean outfit. They'll be heavily supported in the stands here today, in those pink and black colours. But normally it's the Peluche Caligari fans who make all the noise, and they've got these two brothers who are also two of the biggest characters in this competition, although I can see one of them has taken off his wrestling mask, which we're used to seeing him wearing throughout the games. Right, there is Fran Hernandez waiting in the sidelines, as is Shaggy, one of the biggest characters also in this competition. They'll allow two of their teammates to do the initial sprint and see if they can win possession for their side. So the last game of the evening kicks off, and the first possession, who's it going to be for? It's going to be for Real Titan, Javier Meraz, winning out against Luis Lozoya.
I have to say, Bruno, I much prefer, as we see this first one-on-one effort sail wide, that I much prefer when the ball drops from the sky like that, rather than when we do the You can almost call it like the ice hockey face-off style.
Yeah, because you're almost looking away and gritting your teeth when you see them coming at full pace in the middle. Just an injury waiting to happen.
Exactly, and that also combined with the fact that in order to settle the ball when it bounces from that height, it just requires more skill. And I just like when a player has to be forced to settle without losing control, because otherwise you're giving up that possibility. Meanwhile, we just turn our attention to what's going on here. We have a number of sanctions lined up in the next 5 minutes.
And we've got a penalty shootout as well early on for Luis Lozoya up against, assuming it's Omar Lascari who they tend to put in for these shootouts in goal. Lozoya drags it wide. It is indeed Omar Lascari, one of the tallest goalkeepers in the competition, so he did just enough to put off Lozoya. So that first chance of the game goes begging for Peluche Caligari. I think the referee put off Javier Merazo. He saw him lift his hand and he wasn't entirely sure what he was indicating. He ends up losing that possession. There's Fran Hernandez desperately waiting to come on. So we've got Fran Hernandez and the brilliant Shaggy on the pitch now. There he is. With that monk-like hairstyle. Ooh, another good save from Omar Lascari. Look at him, he's
big stop.
He's a big guy.
From Lascari.
Lozoya. Hernandez on the outside of the foot.
Boy, and it has to be said as well as we play the final game of our night, but we've got a kit clash between Lascari and the rest of the Peluche.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, that's red on red.
Yeah. Ooh, Lascari just following through that, catching Luis Lozoya. He'll hobble his way back into the goal. Doesn't look as promising for Lozoya. It's taking a while to shake this one off. Lozoya. As we see number 7, another one of those nicknames, Furby.
Yeah, that was one that we enjoyed. I'm not going to say making fun of 2 weeks ago, but commenting on. Did you ever have a Furby?
You know what? I didn't. My brother did. But I didn't.
I'm guessing
those kind of things.
Yeah, me neither, but I'm guessing that Furby has that nickname for a reason, and I'd personally like to do some digging and find out why.
Yeah, it's not as blatant as Shaggy, is it? What are we looking at?
Oh boy. Well, this could change the game right from the get-go if there's a red card here.
Oh, come on. I mean, he's done nothing wrong there. He's shot and he's followed through. He can't disappear mid-shot. This should be unbelievably harsh. What's he meant to do?
The referee has gone over to take a look, but I don't think...
There's nothing there.
This is... I'm with you, Bruno. I just don't see a reason. He's following through. What is he supposed to do? Where's he supposed to put his foot?
Yeah, Lozoya's made the challenge. Oh, are you serious? Wow. Wow. That is one of the worst decisions I've seen in my life. Oh, that is atrocious.
Well, that is a huge change because now the pressure is fully on Real Titan.
Come on. I mean, can't believe he's looked at that and given a red card. What?
Especially knowing the circumstances, knowing where we are in the table, knowing what game this is, you've got to leave those players on the pitch in questionable moments. I'm not saying that it wasn't a poor follow-through, but it was not deserving of a red card.
Nah, definitely not. There's absolutely nothing Lascari could do there. But, yeah, they've got reason to feel hard done by there. As Furby goes for the shot. Oh, chance for Paul Cruz to impress in goal for Real Titan. Well, that's going to overlap with those other two bans they've got. At least they're just a minute long, as opposed to those 3 and 2 minutes bans which Beluche have got coming up.
Followed by a 5
interception from Furby. What's going on now?
We knew that this game. We knew that this game would come with its fair share of drama.
Oh! Boy, he has scored! Obviously, we didn't get the angle from the camera, so you can see that he shot, but couldn't see where it'd go. And it's Javier Meraz who's put Real Titan into the lead after that slightly questionable red card for Omar Lascari. Outside of the left foot. Yeah, we didn't get the perfect view of exactly where it went in, but it definitely looked like a good goal, didn't it, Spence?
Second of the season for Meraz in a big moment for him. We know that Real Titan are not a high-scoring type of team and that they can defend with the best of them. And with a 1-goal lead this early in the game, leading in defense already seems to be their calling card for the night.
We've got a long way to go. Will Beluche end up scoring as they tend to do every evening?
A long, long way, Bruno. And do not forget, for just the second time tonight, we have 2 beautiful little blue arrows next to each of the teams, which means we've got presidential penalties on the horizon.
Ooh! Well, he's gone flying in there. I think he's trying to force an issue there, Gani.
As long as we're still going over this league and evaluating it in its brand new stages, I'd like to put forth a rule that anytime the first and second place teams play against one another, there needs to be presidential penalties at stake.
And ideally, the presidents have to be there because I don't think Germán Garmendia is at the venue for Real Titan. We'll get one of the brothers though, and they tend to put on a bit of a show when they head down to take the penalty. There's Furby. Shot is wayward from long distance. So what have we got now? Is that 6 against 6? Yeah, we still haven't reached the 7 against 7 when players will start to vacate the pitch. Fran Hernandez sitting very deep as he plays it long towards Gani. That's blasted over the crossbar.
We were just waiting for a stoppage in play after the 5-minute mark. That's happened now, so the teams can replace their players.
How do they decide what players go off? Is that the manager saying who goes off? Because normally the sin bin is the player in question who's got the yellow card. But here, I don't think they necessarily are the player that's on the pitch.
Yeah, especially when it carries over from the game before. So you take off 2, and I guess you just hope that you take off the right people.
Okay, so should have 5 against 5 right now. Although I'm counting 4. Oh, of course, yeah, that red card. So it's 4 against 5. Shaggy. Othoya on the edge of the box. Oh, it takes a rebound off Carlos Calvo. And that almost tricked Paul Cruz in goal for Real Titan. Camera on Shaggy. We want to see what's going on. This is what's going on. Counter-attack from Real Titan. Alberto Garcia is coming away with it.
Well, we haven't gotten the prime angle and replay of the goal that was scored by Meraz. And based on the way this game is going, 1-0, although it's not the most likely, is still very much in the cards.
But you can definitely sense, you can feel that it's 2 teams that are playing for who goes top of the table. There's that little special aura to the game so far in the start of the game, which has been quite tense. How about that for a corner? Those are the corners we like, Spence. All the way back to the goalie.
Without their keeper too, this is a big response from Titan.
Oh, lovely touch for Alberto Garcia, who again trying to get his body across the defender to try and force a penalty. Now Gani takes out Shaggy. You'll be hoping there's no yellow card for that. No, nothing given.
Yeah, they're still working through a couple of different sanctions at the moment.
Oh, good interception. It's Timmy that comes away with it. The shot, though, bouncing comfortably into the hands of Hernandez. So one more player now back on for Peluche. They've just got a minute left, and they'll finally have 7 players on the pitch. Yeah, foul given against Carlos Calvo. It's a pretty fierce start to this game.
Yeah, we didn't expect anything less for 2 teams who, by the way, we look at the table, right, Bruno, and we see that both teams are 1 and 2 in the standings, and that they both have 12 points to start this game. That's, I just see physicality. I don't see much more than that at that stage. But in terms of what these 2 teams will want, obviously a win, 3 points, that goes without saying. But then right behind them, because so many other teams are bunched up now, the best result is actually a draw that sends the game into extra time, where you can only give out 3 points rather than giving out, or I should say 2 points to a team rather than 3.
Yeah, 2 and 1, yeah, exactly.
2 and 1 rather than 3 and 0, I just think helps. Yeah.
Exactly, yeah. Lozoya fires that again. They go down under the challenge of Carlos Calvo. That's a firm tackle. Fran Hernandez. They want to see more of him in the final third. Delays from the Real Titan fans. Oh, they got a little bit too confident. Shaggy's hit the post, and the follow-up is buried into the back of the net. Mistake by Real Titan. You can't do that against a team that's as high scoring as Peluche Caligari. 1-1. Didn't quite catch who the goal scorer was. Let's see. Difficult to see, isn't it?
Well, they've been so solid at the back, Real Titan, but without their keeper of note, Omar Lascari, who's been fantastic. This being Paul Cruz's first intervention as a member of this active squad. This is what happens. That was his mistake.
It was a costly mistake for Real Titan. Came out of nowhere. There's Timmy playing it back towards Gani. Does well, Gani, still on the ball. He's run into a little bit of trouble as he tried to play it across to Javier Meraz, but he's got that ability to forcefully make his way through the field. Shaggy coming across. Ooh.
Well now.
Off the ball shove from Fran Hernandez. Is it going to result in anything? Well, the cameraman seems to be enjoying following Shaggy and some close-ups on the Peluche players, but sometimes it means we do slightly miss out on the bigger picture. Collected by Cruz.
Look at Shaggy. You look at Shaggy and the way that he carries himself, his demeanor. Do you think he got his nickname because he just looks like a Scooby-Doo character?
That's another question which someone put to me. I can't remember if it was Eric or Dane.
Is that too obvious?
The chicken or the egg? No, the chicken or the egg is what they were saying. So, did he aim to look like Shaggy, or did it just happen and he went along with it? Like, is that haircut out of choice, is the question.
Right. I don't know, because, and then you got Furby as well.
Oh, that's good goalkeeping from Cruz. No, yeah, but the Shaggy haircut, for example, no one goes to the hairdresser and asks for that. Anyways, here's Timmy. He's got not the fancy footwork as he kept it in play. No, he hasn't.
I just think a lot of the players, they want to get noticed in some way, because this is one way to do that. You play in the Kings League, and at some point people take note of you one way or another, for better or for worse. And when you have recognizable hairstylings, I don't know, I think it just gives you a better chance.
That is true. I think Shaggy, anyone that's seen him play once remembers Shaggy. Whereas there are a lot of players that maybe you come away from this and from one week to another, maybe you don't remember, but Shaggy, definitely you do. Here comes Furby, another one of those players. This is good football from Peluche. Meraz looks to accelerate. It's difficult there to get past Francisco Garcia. Well, there's another one for you, Spencer. Francisco Garcia on the team sheet. I think I saw Dani Lopez or Diego Lopez on the back of the shirt.
You know what? We had a problem with that in the first game, and let's give credit where credit is due. We have been without issue the rest of the way up until just now.
Yeah,
so we're all right.
We're okay. Where is it? Dani Lopez. Well, Dani Lopez it is then, number 22. Alberto Garcia. It's a good challenge from Lopez. Valadez can't control it. It was fired in towards Lopez. It's all getting a little bit sloppy. Baladiv. Cruz, who's gaining in confidence.
Yeah, but right now, Peluche are doing the right thing. They're making him work and giving him something to forcing him to have to make a save. You're better off just peppering the target right now and seeing if you can allow one or perhaps a rebound to sneak through.
They're definitely cranking up the pressure, Peluche Caligari. You can see that they've stepped it up a little bit in terms of intensity in the last couple of minutes. They're going to have to defend here. That's comfortable for Hernandez. Throws it long. Ooh, acrobatic defending. Now time to get a bit of a breather for the Peluche players after that coming and going in the last couple of minutes. Cruz. Timmy's fighting for the ball. It almost ended up in an awkward rebound from Andrés Guzmán.
Outside of the one mistake from Cruz that led to the goal, albeit a big mistake.
Yeah.
He does look like he belongs.
He's done well. Timmy. Ooh, that's a mistake. This time down the other end from Peluche, but Shaggy is on hand and alert to kick it out for a corner kick. And Hernandez, completely unmarked. That was a very big chance for Alberto Garcia. It's not the game or the day to miss those. And Hernandez,
when you're fighting for first
again. Oh, he found Timmy in acres of space. Well, he's starting to pull those strings, Fran Hernandez. That's what he does. Final roll of the die of the day. Let's see if it's to your liking.
I see that 5 on the side. I need it to be a possibility. There you go. Just turn it, just like that. And then the job is done.
Oh, it's the Joker. It was almost a 5. So Joker, one-on-one with goalkeepers.
And this is taking us back to the beginning of the game, and this is the one for me that requires essentially the most skill, because your skill and tactical decision making, because you can choose to take the keeper out and sub in an outfield player, but then if you don't have possession afterwards, you give the ball up, you are very much in danger of surrendering a goal. And I think right now both teams 1-1 first half, tight, close-knit. You'd rather not give up a goal than score one.
Yeah, you can be a victim of your ambition in this one-on-one situation. Right. Ball went forwards, fortunately for Furby.
Hide your knees, please.
Oh. Well, it ends up being possession for Peluche. And it means Furby can run at Timmy. Furby taking it on his right foot. Well, that's why he showed him onto the right, Timmy. Because it wasn't the cleanest of finishes from Furby. Timmy's another very left-footed player. There was never any danger for Paul Cruz. wonder if I was going to say, I wonder if they'll go the entire 2 minutes with these same players, as it's a tiring process to be running the length of the pitch one-on-one. Furby, again, he's looking for his left foot. Timmy's having none of it. He's had to go back onto his right.
Yeah, he was, wasn't he? He was ready for that.
He's run out of time there for being too passive, Furby. So substitutions and fresh legs. Now it gets interesting. Fran Hernandez, I think, against Shaggy. And these could be the two star players for each team. Fran Hernandez. There's that neat control that he's got. He's rolling the ball, quick foot, quick feet, left to right. Fran Hernandez. God, can he get past Shaggy, who's such a dogged defender?
There it is.
That'll be enough for Fran Hernandez. We'll let someone else have a go at Shaggy. Alberto Garcia. Chance of Shaggy, Shaggy, Shaggy! The shot from Alberto Garcia flying over the crossbar.
This has been exactly what we thought it would be here at the end of this first half. Very tempered, not a lot of risk taking.
But there, that's the risk from Shaggy, and he's exposed himself at the back. He's gone for the lunging tackle, and he scores. Alberto Garcia, exactly what you pointed out, Spence. If you're ambitious and go for it, but you don't finish it off, you open yourself at the back, and that's what happened there. And Alberto Garcia exploited it and makes it 2-1 to Real Titan.
Yeah, and you could see Shaggy going in for that potential goal-saving challenge, but he was always lost for pace. He was always starting a step behind, and it's a goal that surely Peluche deserved to concede, more so than Titan deserved to score, but they'll take it, and you've still got to go out and finish that, which they did. Now they've got a halftime lead, 2-1.
Intelligent management as well of that situation by Real Titan, using 3 different players in the one-on-one situation. So they had a fresh Alberto Garcia up against a Shaggy who perhaps was starting to feel the effects a little bit more of that one-on-one previously with Fran Hernandez. Let's see if we can hear from the chairman. Doesn't look like it, no. Well, we can't hear from the Montiel brothers on the left, whilst we can't hear that sort of impromptu gig going on the right between
There's always one guy at every party with a guitar.
Yeah. And it's definitely not me. Oh, it looks like he can play though. I can see those hands moving all over the place.
First you were reading lips, and now you're reading guitar notes, and I'm starting to get impressed.
I know, it looks good. Maybe it's absolutely terrible, but I mean, he's pulling it off.
Well, that's
all we can say about that half.
Big swing, Bruno, I have to say, because now in the second half we've got the secret weapon and the presidential penalties, which are still in play.
Yeah, it's so tight. It's so marginal, this game. There's been a mistake that handed Peluche a goal. Then I think a mistake from Shaggy, which cost them that goal, which put Real Titan back in the lead. And it just feels like it's going to be one of those that's going to be so tight right until the end. Right, let's see this ball drop. Still 10 seconds to go. They're both just sort of testing each other out here, looking at each other. Carlos Calvo for Real Titan and Ismael Valadez for Peluche. And off the back of Calvo. First flying tackle of the second half from Garcia. Here's Timmy. Oh, the Rabona. What are they saying? Handball?
Here we go.
Weapon, and of course, we've got those president penalties to come. So it's locked in by Peluche Caligari. Fran Hernandez firing it straight into the wall. Picked up by Timmy. Ooh, he's looking to test James Hernandez early on in the second half. Header from Gani, who's eager to get that back up on his feet. Who's saying, "Don't worry, man. I'm not asking for a free kick."
All right, let's see what this is. So early in the second half, too.
Star player. We're going to go for Shaggy or Valadez, who's the top goal scorer. Well, that is Valadez. 6 goals in the competition. He's given the armband. If they can get it on him. There we go.
Well, this doesn't come as a surprise, and I'm actually not. Ooh, that's dangerous. I think maybe a handball going the other way. So I'm not actually surprised that they waited the extra minute to do the star player this time around, because in a game of cat and mouse, as we would say, coming out of the gate with that secret weapon might actually tip your hand just a little bit more. Now they can at least go at it and go about this with some confidence. See if they stick with it.
Some important defending there from Shaggy as the last man. You can't find Valadez down the left. I think Gani telling the ball boy to slow down with his service. I've seen that a couple of times at pitch side at Atletico Madrid, I must say. Long throw, flicked on, and slightly desperate. Galvo. It's a firm challenge from Valadez. Another firm challenge, both of them fair.
They're the team right now, Bruno, with all of the pressure on them. They have not had as much possession as Titan have had. They're down this goal. Yeah, they have one secret weapon that they've put out. The presidential penalty still to come, but with all of the factors varied in here. Hold on.
Oh, that was some good defending from Gabriel Morales. It's from a throw-in as well, but they found the free man inside the box.
Yeah, just to finish that thought, with all of the factors in and around this area here, as we have a yellow card.
Oh, okay, for the manager.
Every decision on when you make it becomes amplified.
Well, that's Angel Reina, who's been, I'm not entirely sure where he has to go with a yellow card, but looks like he was going back into the dugout. Furby.
To the bin of sins.
Yeah. Enriquez queda. Oh, Calvo with some risky defending as Gani, rather over theatrically, I'd say, spins around and rubs at his ankle.
I can see why he went down. I'm not going to fully blame him for doing that, but it wasn't really ever going to warrant a call.
Oh yeah, the contact was there. Another thing was the spinning around on the ground, but I get what he's trying to do.
5 times over and over again.
Timmy. Garcia. Oh, he's played a nice ball through for Edson Trejo. He's also one of those players who's impressed so far this season, and we've not seen too much of this evening. Oh, it's going to be yellow.
This is a problem. This is a problem.
Oh, for both of them. Is it for both of them? Yeah, I think it is. Well, that's one way to cut it out.
Well, here you go. This opens up the pitch just a little bit more.
The star player who's out for 2 minutes.
It seemed unnecessary. We knew it would get intense, but you also have to keep yourself calm under pressure.
And also the referees who are proving that they're quite easy on the trigger when it comes to the yellow cards. Well, here's Furby. Peluche still 2-1 down. And it's living up to those expectations that we had of this game being very, very tight and marginal. No goals as of yet in this second half.
Yeah, I don't think we were expecting a barn burner for the final game in terms of goals scored. It's kind of like when you get to that final of a cup competition, Champions League, Europa League. Be what it is. When you get to it, this isn't quite a final.
Yeah, and when it's 3:48 a.m. local time, you're looking for those goals, aren't you? Whoa, Cani, there it is. That's woken me up.
It's not a final in the sense that, you know, the loser of this game is out of the competition. It's all regular season, but it is in the sense that both of these teams are playing for the top spot in the table, because only one team at the end of the year gets that double bye straight to the semifinals of the tournament.
A lot on the line, as you point out. I almost fell to Trejo. Couldn't get the ball out from under his feet. Furby coming away. Gani, well, he was pleading his innocence as he ran across with his hands in the air. Slight contact, maybe. Important news for Peluche is that Valadez is back on the pitch, or at least his ban, his 2-minute ban has come to an end.
And that leaves him about 8 minutes to make his mark, but we still have these presidential penalties, Bruno, that we have to get through.
Oh, yeah. Oh, Valadez is he not going to take the free kick? Well, that doesn't make much sense. Furby deciding that he will take it instead. Okay. To Valadez. Oh, no. Terrible slice.
Yikes. Yikes, yikes, yikes.
Trejo. Now Calvo, who's also back on the pitch, although he's given away a sloppy pass. Shaggy, who's asking a lot of himself there. Oh, well, that's one way to get a yellow card.
Oh boy. Everybody calm yourselves down.
Well, no wonder we had about 58 bans coming into games today. Things like that. Well, Shaggy's fallen right into the trap there. Gani's committed the foul there, and he's come into his face, asking for an explanation.
You can't do that.
Shaggy's, he's gone straight into him. You can't lose your head in this format where every yellow card is a 2-minute sin bin, and Gani's still playing it up a little bit. He knows every trick in the book. Well, it's definitely going to be an incident-filled last couple of minutes, because we've still got those 2 penalties, you say, to be taken, plus another weapon. So in the next 6.5 minutes, a lot of things are going to happen.
Yeah, and calmer heads will prevail if you can stay level-headed, especially with these presidential penalties. Good things tend to happen for you.
Okay, we can see in the bottom left-hand corner, one of the brothers getting ready to go down, so that penalty will be coming soon. First, that header from Galvo. And it's been Paul Cruz ever since Lascari. Oh, of course, Lascari got sent off. Obviously, that makes sense. I was saying it's been Paul Cruz playing in goal the whole game. Well, of course he has. Lascari's been sent off. No, but it's been a good performance from him, replacing the shot stopper. There he comes out again.
Ooh.
Getting some gloves onto the ball. Gani will have a second bite of the cherry, or will he? But he's still on the ball somehow. And he gets a shot away at the near post.
I think that did just graze the post and nothing else. Meanwhile, Shaggy's sin bin continues, and it's showing too.
And they need him in defense. This is Eric Guzman. Well, that's a very heavy pass. He was aiming for Fran Hernandez. Keeps it under the lights. Good challenge from Gani. Comes away with the ball, and a rare miss touch from Fran Hernandez.
Haven't seen many of them today. He's also been a strange contributor in this second half. Somebody needs to step up and take this moment. Somebody from either side.
He's one of those players who's got bundles of ability, Edson Trejo. Calvo slows things down. Oof. It always looked awkward from the moment that James Hernandez was given that ball. Velavez. Oh, good challenge from Gani again. Now Alberto Garcia. Gani slows things down, playing it back towards Hernandez. Oh, another poor pass from Fran Hernandez. It's not been his day.
Here we go.
Things needed to happen because we're running out of time. Gani just lumps it into the Peluche area.
And this is why we talk about the order of things happening, because we're going to stop the clock. We're going to have a chance for the likes of Real Titan to take a 2-goal lead, at least for a moment. Hold on. Oh, there you go.
That sat up so nicely for Dustin Salazar. So what comes first? Penalty. Looks like the penalty. Yeah, it's the penalty. Right, so it's that President's penalty. They have these brothers. So the one that's taking the penalty missed one a couple of games ago. His brother, who's in the booth, scored one last week. So let's see if he can score this time.
The stakes have not yet been this high for any presidential penalty that we've seen at all at any point throughout the year.
And it's going to be Real Titan first with the shootout for Fran Hernandez. So that could pile more pressure on Peluche because it could be 3-1 by the time they're taking the penalty. Oh, he goes to the left, Fran Hernandez. Oh! James Hernandez keeping out Fran Hernandez, who just goes to prove isn't having his best evening today.
Okay, so we have so many things going on at once. We knew it was all going to come to a head here. One save, now a chance to level the game. A brilliant save by Cruz, by the way. Give him credit. Here we go.
Here he is, making the most of it, lapping it up. Phone's out there, streaming to his fans.
See, and now I'm all about getting your message out to your fans, but this is a big, big penalty. Put the phone away. Focus on the shot at hand. It's important that you convert. Is he going to take this while filming a video of himself?
I think he is. I've seen a couple of these.
Oh my goodness, man! This is the biggest penalty kick of your season.
And his, as I say, his last penalty was pretty poor. Oh, is he looking to do the old? I'm looking across and I'll take it quickly. Yeah, I think he is. There we go. Oh, he's done it!
Wow!
He's tricked him. He's tricked him. Throwing the phone on the floor. And a good finish, actually. Hit that one high and angled into the corner.
It absolutely was a good finish, and nobody was expecting it. You said it, Bruno. We were wondering. This is almost looks too obvious. It's a big conversion.
You can see what he was doing there. Boom. Good finish.
Something tells me, though, Bruno, that this next potential option here could be a penalty on the other end.
They're playing on. Oh, Gani didn't make the most. Gani's down, you know. Oh, it's not Gani, it's Alberto Garcia. I was going to say Gani was the boy who cried wolf. And, heroic reception for one of the Montiel brothers. What's the referee going to give here? Or is he come to look
shootout at the or shootout, Bruno?
Yeah, it's got to be one of those. Penalty!
Wow,
that is
big change.
Well, they had a shootout because their president wasn't there. It really does go against you not having your president at the venue.
Well, yeah, but the president also decided that it was okay to put the presidential penalty into effect, which, to me, if you know that the numbers aren't there and you know that percentage isn't going to help you out, but you want to do it anyway, that's just love of the game. I respect that.
Well, can he turn a disappointing performance into a lead for Real Titan. Fran Hernández, yes he does. The keeper went the right way, James Hernández, but Fran scores what is his 10th goal of the competition. Real Titan are in the lead. We're heading to a frenetic last couple of minutes here.
Another well-taken penalty, and that is likely going to mean that we get to the end of this game, the final 2 minutes, and one goal will change who leads this league at the end of match day 6. The double goal scenario opening up.
Last 7 seconds, will there be a shot? They look to play their way through the Peluche defense, but it came to nothing, so 38 minutes on the clock. Real Titan 3, Peluche Caligari 2. There's not really been too many chances in this second half, and with these last 2 minutes, I'm not entirely sure if we are going to see too much goal mouth action, but teams do get a little bit more desperate, and of course there's a juicier prize at stake with goals being worth double, so sometimes they can open up, can't they, Spence, in these last 2 minutes?
Yeah, no, and it's fairly obvious that Peluche need to go for it. They're down a goal, but they could be up a goal with a simple spin of the cards, which for us today, all of the craziness we've seen with the results, to put a cherry on top of this, it wouldn't surprise me.
It looked like a false start, I was going to say.
And one more false start just for fun.
Honestly, if we had the stats for the entire competition, I'd say we're above 80% on false starts. Furby put his body on the line then. He doesn't even get the free kick, which he'll find disappointing. Quick throw towards Edson Trejo. The bounce wasn't too favourable. Looks to get away from Furby. That he does! Oh, that was an intelligent pass to Eric Guzman.
Half pass, half shot, call it what you want.
Going long, Peluche. They didn't get any joy from their secret weapon, the double goal value for Ismael Valadez. In fact, the only goals they've scored today are through a big mistake at the back from Real Titan and their president scoring a penalty, and that almost found a way past the goalkeeper Paul Cruz.
And the last question we're going to have is, how many added minutes do we get? I feel like the referee will be inclined to give at least 2 and maybe even tack on a third. I haven't seen 4 yet. That would take a major injury, but maybe 3.
Let's see what's in store, because these 2 minutes have flown by without too much happening. At least for Peluche, really the clearest attack was that half pass, half shot from Real Titan. Gani. Oh, he's got that ability to bring the ball out from the back. Fran Hernández. Now Alberto Garcia. Edson Trejo. Oh, he fluffed at it just when he'd got himself into a good position. 2 minutes only. And that isn't the most useful flick on from Enrique Esqueda. As usual, Gani with a little bit of show acting going on.
2 minutes might be the word, but Peluche just haven't shown enough firepower in the final third right at the end to go out and get what they deserve. And it looks like we'll have a new leader atop the Kings League Americas table.
Eddie Guzman in the corner, inviting pressure from Furby, who comes away with the ball. Bit of an opening down the left-hand side. Oh, he's floated that one beyond the reach of Enrique Esqueda.
Just didn't seem like they had the oomph at the end, Bruno. And you always need the oomph at the end. Don't put it in the beginning. Save it for the end.
Yeah, they've run out of petrol, it seems, Peluche. And I'll tell you what goal has been costly for them. That's 1v1 half-time Shaggy counter-attack has pretty much killed them. Oh, he's desperately looking for something there, Enrique Esqueda.
Anything will do. Give it a try. Might as well. But this is going to be that. And Real Titan, well deserved. A professional victory today.
Absolutely.
Except for that one foul that just set up the last free kick of the day.
Well, they're going to have to strike this one, you feel. This could be it right here for Peluche Caligari and Real Titan.
Trying to read the referee's body language. He's saying, I'm going to allow this free kick and see what happens, and that's it. So let's see how Peluche try to attack this on goal, because the shot it's pretty far out, I have to say.
Well, it's Enrique Esqueda, who hasn't had a very good game, it must be said. He'll be taking this free kick. I think the referee's already gestured that this will be it. Esqueda with the shot straight into that wall, which I think took a couple of steps forward, but that will put the game and the evening to an end, and we have Real Titan leading the way after match day 6 with that victory against Peluche Caligari. And that's the kind of win, Spence, of a team that can win championships, that you can see that when the season comes towards the playoffs or comes towards those cup finals which you were talking about, they've got the know-how to play how you have to play in those circumstances and come away with a win.
And tell you what it means to them. Omar Lascari gets sent off in the first minutes. He's the first one over to the fans, waving the flag. A big result for Real Titan and a successful day of footy overall.
Oh yeah, there's been a lot of surprises, as usual. A lot of wins at the bottom end of the table. I mean, the table is about as condensed and tight as can be, and everyone's in there with a chance of qualifying for the playoffs, and a lot of teams with possibilities of getting into the top 4, and so on and so on. And yeah, it's epitomised what the Kings League is this evening. But I don't know how you feel about it, but I don't see many teams who have got more qualities and more players that can add something to their team than Real Titan. They've got a big variety of characters and players there.
Yeah, the biggest difference for them is that when they want to lock it up, it seems like they can. They did it today without their star keeper. So if they're able to continue this type of performance where, again, they're the best defense that this league has, it might not be the prettiest and most satisfying and most aesthetically pleasing type of football that we want the Kings League to be, but at the end of the day, it's effective, and that's what matters. 2.16 expected goals allowed for them, and just the 15 shots but 4 on target, that's a sign of good defense.
Wow. Yeah. Well, with these images of celebrations from Real Titan, from our leaders after 6 match days in the Kings League Americas, I think, Spence, we can say goodbye to our viewers, and I think it's about time we'll get a little bit of rest, because I'm not sure if you've got to head into the office tomorrow. I'm fortunate enough.
I'm headed in there.
To head into the office. Oh, you're in there! Wow, you're a hero, man. You're a hero.
I'm headed to work in like 4 hours, so I guess I better have a sack.
Yeah, let's get out of here. It's been a pleasure, Spence, and I'm sure we'll have plenty more of these exciting evenings coming up throughout the year.
Likewise, Bruno.
Goodbye, everybody. See you soon.